Hallo.
Hi.
Wie geht's?
So you're already up. Yeah. Am I up? Yes. Everybody here in Berlin, please can you take your seats as we're about to start. You can also, of course, take your positions at the tables, but please find your place so we can start the discussion. I think the online session is already up, and I would like to welcome you to today's second day of our CHA conference, where we want to ask the question, where is the humanitarian turning point, and discuss the Zeitenwende debate and its implication on humanitarian priorities and European responsibilities. My name is Darina Pilowska. I'm research fellow at the Center for Humanitarian Action, which we like to call CHA. And I like to be your host for this first session. So welcome to this. Before we start, let me remind you here in Berlin that we have the obligation to wear a face mask, not in this room, but in the remainder of the building. So please put on a mask when you're moving outside of the room. The bathrooms are still in the basement. That's also where you find some retreat space, where in case you have to answer any very important calls or make some other conversations, maybe between the two of you or three of you. So please feel free to use them, but we hope that you will stick with us in this session and the ones that are coming today, because we have a couple of very interesting topics we want to talk about. For our online audience, this session is video recorded, so please keep your microphones switched off and also your video switched off. And if you have questions, you can post this to the chat user called Chagoda Milasute. This is my colleague, and she will be happy to feed your inputs and questions into the discussions when we start our fishbowl sort of interactive session. And for what is more, online you have live captions available, and my CHA colleague called Technical Support will guide you on how to enable them. You can also tweet and post on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, etc. Using the hashtag CHA22. So for this first session of today, we want to kick off the day with talking about the humanitarian priority of locally led humanitarian action and whether the Ukraine response can lead to a turning point, actually, in strengthening local actors in their delivery capacity and leadership. So with the Grand Bargain, more than 6 years ago now, 18 European countries, donor signatories, and many more European international NGOs committed themselves to the so-called localization. This included, first and foremost, providing local actors with more access to direct funding, and the target to spend at least 25% of their funds as directly as possible. Second, this included quality funding, meaning less earmarking, and more flexibility for local actors to spend those funds. And third, but not least, it included a reduction of barriers in cooperations of international actors with local and national first responders, through lessening the administrative burdens connected to international funds, and also working through pre-existing national and local structures, including coordination mechanisms, and also making investments in these and other local capacities. However, putting these commitments into practice has been proven to be very challenging. And there has been a lot of discussions and also studies on the reasons behind that. And two of the most prominent barriers that had been identified have been a perceived lack of local capacity, but also a lack of trust among local and international actors. But now that we are unfortunately seeing a humanitarian crisis unfolding in a European country, in Ukraine, a country with a lot of local capacity, national capacity, and a very strong civil society, and also pre-existing formal and informal relations in one way or the other. This is actually a humanitarian response where overcoming these barriers should be more feasible than ever before. So that's why we are asking the question today, can the European response to the Ukraine crisis actually contribute to a turning point in locally led humanitarian action? And to discuss this, I am joined today by Julia Sporish from the NGO Divchata, which means girls in Ukrainian. You're the founder and director of this NGO, and you made all the effort to be here with us today, even though you have your colleagues suffering in Ukraine. So thank you for contributing your time.
Thank you for inviting me. Good morning. Happy to be there, and unexpectedly, I am only one from Ukraine right here. So I will be the voice of all Ukrainian NGO, from local ground, and also a lot of Ukrainians right now, they're sitting without electricity, without internet connection, without heating, without water. The whole my family is right now without everything, to be honest, and it was quite difficult to call them. And again, my team all over Ukraine faced the same problem. But I'm here and I'm for you. Thank you.
Yes, we actually invited several speakers from Ukraine, but unfortunately they had to stay with their teams to respond to the large needs that are just happening there. So nevertheless, we are joined online by two online guests. That's Nicola Bay, who is the head of the Ukraine response from Oxfam in Ukraine. And hopefully also Gloria Soma will join us from the TT Foundation in South Sudan. Nicola, we see you now on the screen. Happy that you made it. Welcome to the panel.
Good morning, and thank you very much for having me here this morning.
Great that you have been able to make it. As we have heard already, there is a lot of electricity issues, so we try to cope with that in the panel. But we also want to engage much more vividly with you here, our on-site and also our online audience today. And we want to start this off with a quick poll that we prepared. So you should now be able to see a QR code on the screen just behind me and also online. And you should also be able to find a link in the chat. So if you pull out your phones and scan this QR code, you should be landing on a poll site where we ask the question of this panel, namely, is the humanitarian response in Ukraine actually a turning point for locally led humanitarian action? Of course, this is the question that we want to discuss and hopefully answer in this panel, but we of course also want to see where you are coming from. So please participate so that we see how your views are evolving throughout this panel. And on this side, you should be able to find several answer categories. So do you think that the Ukraine response is totally, are you totally convinced that it is a a turning point for locally led humanitarian action, or not at all? Please make your selections now. I don't see how the poll is going, but I hope we can see it in a minute or so. Yeah, here we go. All right. So this is somewhat no, somewhat yes. So quite divided, I'd say. So let's see if we can move a little bit closer together throughout this session. And I think there are still people clicking and finding their answer. Yeah, okay, but still a slight tendency to somewhat no. Still a lot of disagreement here. So let's see where we end up after this session. To engage you even more beyond this poll only, you might already have noticed that we rearranged our setup here a little bit. So you find 4 chairs here in the audience. This is because we don't want to have a panel discussion, but we want to discuss with you, both here in Berlin and on Zoom. And this is a so-called fishbowl discussion, and I want to explain you how that works. So we have still our panelists that you can see here on the screen. Julia is with us, and we will have inputs from our panelists. We will hear from Nicola from Oxfam first, and after his input, we will have a first fishbowl discussion. So even while he is speaking, and even maybe now, you can take your seat in the fishbowl discussion and join us in the discussion, in the session. After that, we will have the input from Julia and Gloria, hopefully, and then have a second fishbowl. I will open up again for a second fishbowl. And for those of you who are online, you can also be part of this fishbowl. As I already said, you can post your questions using either the public chat, or if you prefer to stay anonymously, then you can just send a private message to my colleague Goda, who is going to introduce whatever has happened in the chat to the fishbowl later. So I think that's all from my housekeeping side. Let's turn to Nicola, starting with some reflections from an international actor. Well, Nicola, you are the head of the Ukraine response of Oxfam and are based in Ukraine. Given the commitments of Oxfam in the Grand Bargain, and of course also given the wealth of guidance that is now out there on how to implement these commitments, and given the supposedly favorable conditions to put these into practice in Ukraine, have you actually been able to doing things differently in Ukraine? Has there been some progress with regards to strengthening local actors? Nicola, over to you.
Thank you very much, and I'll try to keep this as brief. So, at Oxfam, in approaching the Ukraine crisis, we've really made a concerted effort for this to be a response that is building on and is led by local and national civil society organizations. Since 2018, Oxfam has adopted a revised humanitarian approach that centers equitable partnering and supporting local humanitarian leadership in our humanitarian programming. And since then, we have been working on adapting the ways of working, the procedures, the systems to enable a partnership-centric response. When it comes to the Ukraine response, we have been fast-tracking some of the changes that were already being developed inside the organizations, including a quicker turnaround on due diligence with leaner processes, ensuring partnership conversations rather than Oxfam assessing local actors by scoping mutual programmatic interests, understanding strengths and complementarities, and co-creating standards for a joint response. Focusing on a mutual assessment. It's not only about asking prospective partners for their policies and documentation, but ensuring that we as Oxfam are proactively sharing our own positions and relevant policies with partners for them to be able to assess whether they want to partner with Oxfam. And we've really tried to have Oxfam teams doing wherever possible the bulk of the work, reducing the burden on local organizations, reading partners' policies, identifying areas that require follow-up conversations. with an aim to make efficient use of partners' limited time. And while these adaptations were tailored to the opportunity sort of offered by the new setup of partnerships in the Ukraine response, this has been a direction of travel across the Confederation in terms of centering partnership and supporting local leadership. We have seen similar adaptation to Oxfam's ways of working in other contexts, for example, in Yemen, a response, in the Beirut blast response, and elsewhere. And the revised processes and templates that we've been using for the Ukraine response have also been shared with other programs in Oxfam to build on. The changes are really informed by a recognition that heavy assessments don't necessarily make the difference to program quality or to the timeliness or to the quality of reporting, but that investing in quality relationships can allow for a better mutual understanding, joint risk identification and risk management, more accountable partnerships, and so forth. In addition to the more standard partnerships with local organizations, in Ukraine, we're also establishing collaborations with community-based organizations for micro-interventions, using group cash grants and small grants modalities. And these are, admittedly, further trying our due diligence processes and our ability to provide small cash quickly. I think we have to be very honest in recognizing that the partnership-centric approach hasn't come without its challenges. First and foremost, an overwhelming surge of funding to Ukraine, and a lot of it has come with spending targets, i.e. having to spend X amount after a certain number of months from the start of the response, which would make it a lot easier to implement directly or to subcontract to large organizations, which is an approach that many INGOs have taken. As Oxfam, we've tried to take a more conservative approach. We've held out from going big in terms of funding, trying really to focus on a principled and partner-focused approach in our Ukraine response. However, the spending pressure has been there, and it's impacted sometimes our ability, our partnerships, with, especially with smaller organizations that have recently scaled up their structures and activities. Meeting the spending targets has put pressure on country teams, on partners, and has at times risked deviating focus away from partnership principles and really focusing on supporting partners' programs and needs rather than focusing on donor targets. It's not the only challenge we've faced in the Ukraine response. Other examples include expectations from the newly established and, let's be honest, far from perfect UN cluster spaces to play a coordinating role, while often engagement in those spaces is not felt as relevant or value-adding for most local partners. On the contrary, discussions with our partners often show that there is a feeling from partners that these coordination spaces are not a true reflection of reality on the ground. Another key challenge is around capacity building, where across the board, multiple INGOs and UN agencies have been offering similar capacity strengthening support, often requiring their partners to participate in sessions that don't necessarily center the needs of the local actors or minimize disruption of their work. So I think while we as Oxfam, and not us only, are genuinely trying to change our role and the way of working in support of locally led humanitarian actions, I think if we want to be successful in supporting equitable collaborations among international and local actors, we have to look at a wider change in the humanitarian system, including donor requirements. Mm-hmm. Because it's not just about the entry point, due diligence. It is about the whole program cycle. It is about the reporting deadlines haven't changed and so forth. So we're only looking at the part of the humanitarian cycle, if you like, when we talk about due diligence. However, it is an opportunity to do things differently. But the key question for us is, are we willing to do the same in other responses? Are we willing to look at our double standards? Are we willing to invest the same amount of money or simplify our approaches in the same way when we're responding, for example, to the East Africa hunger crisis in Syria or in Yemen? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicola. And this is again a call to you here in the audience. This is supposed to be a discussion. So please come forward and raise your issues. Just take a seat if you want to raise a question or relate to what Nicola has just said. And I think one thing that could be of interest here is I know that there are so many international organizations based here in Germany, so I would be keen to hear, are you actually having your own projects? Are you implementing by your own structures in Ukraine? And this is not to blame you for doing this, but I just want to hear what are the reasons behind it, and how can we address this and move forward. So please share your experiences. This is an opportunity to learn from all of us. But I see Goda is already sitting here, so apparently there has been some input in the chat.
Thanks, Darina. Hello, everyone. Unfortunately, we don't have any questions in the chat yet, so I would like to encourage the online audience to raise them because there will be another round. But we would like to hear from two people who should be able to connect online. So we have Beatrice Mokondu from the organization DEMAC and Sasha Galkin from organization R2P. Could we try to connect with them?
Yes, we already see you, Beatrice. So glad that you're here. What is your take on what just has been said by Nicola, or do you have any additional input from your perspectives, as I know you're working for a diaspora organization?
Yes, hello everybody. Actually, I'm talking today, but it should have been my colleague from Ukraine, Dina, that was supposed to talk now. But unfortunately, in Lviv, there are no electricity, so she could not connect. So I will do my best to talk on her behalf. So I'm representing the Diaspora Emergency Action and Coordination Initiative, which is facilitating coordination between the humanitarian system and the diaspora organizations that are responding to humanitarian crisis. And for DEMAC, actually, Ukraine crisis has been a turning point because we could actually pilot with a liaison officer, Dina, in Ukraine and another colleague to actually improve the coordination between all the diaspora, Ukrainian diaspora organizations that were responding in Ukraine in partner with their local partners, with their local organizations. And in that sense, it's been very positive because we've seen some changes. Clusters been interested in getting information from the Ukrainian diaspora that were responding with their partners, exchanging information, and then also improving the response somehow along the way, logistically as well as concrete input and practical information. I mean, it's been mentioned with the capacity for a lot of organizations that raised a lot of money in the start of the crisis. It was also difficult to navigate with the system when they didn't have that so much experience with the humanitarian system. So it was good actually that that this coordination was happening and the support was given to the diaspora organizations. And it also enabled a lot of local partners to actually deliver swiftly because of the flexibility and agility of the diaspora organization that were responding to their needs and their. So it's been quite a good example of how this collaboration between the diaspora and the local partners were enabling the response in Ukraine, as well as a willingness from more and more humanitarian actors, such as from the UN with clusters, but as well as international humanitarian organizations that showed interest in learning and knowing what was happening from the Ukrainian community, because this is transnational with local partners. So more information actually are available on our website that I can share on the chat. but the support is still ongoing. There are like weekly information that has given to the organization to improve. There have been a workshop in Warsaw on winterization, how to improve the support for the coming months and for next year as well. So yeah, in that sense, it's been very positive to see those changes from the diaspora perspective as well as their partners.
Thank you so much, Beatrice. And before we turn to Sasha Galkim from R2P, let me quickly turn to you, Julia. You now heard from an international organization, Oxfam, and from the diaspora organization about their endeavors to really engage strongly with local actors. How does this fit to your experiences?
Yeah, our experience is very good in terms of involving us, like NGO girls or in Ukrainian Devchata, to conversation about project planning and everything. But we need to understand that we are already quite big organization and we have quite good voice and we speak English. Because if you would like to talk to people on the ground and you're working with community-based NGO, they're very small, usually it's 3-5 people, and only one of them speak English. So a lot of clusters meeting and a lot of international meetings, they're going in English, and you just can join because there is no ability for translation. So it's a very simple issue. A lot of Ukrainian NGO faced every day. And sometimes, for example, we are part of child protection cluster, and we attend these meetings. In this cluster, have translation to Ukrainian, so it allows a lot of organization on the ground to join the discussion, not just sitting and listening. But if we go to the field visit and we operate in small villages or in small cities, and there is no ability to speak English, and a lot of NGOs, they send to Ukraine foreigners and don't use translators, so all this communication just impossible. And again, they need me just to share the voice and share needs. Like we are conducting a lot of need assessment. And again, what I do, I call to my regional coordinator, okay, we need to check this one. Can you call to your guys on the ground? And we do it right here, right now. But if you would like to know the needs, you need to talk directly to the people. So again, we feel and we have this wish and willing to support Ukrainian NGO, but again, there is some weak side of it. Thank you.
Yeah. Sasha, may I turn to you? You are from the organization R2P, Responsibility to Protect, a quite strong, a quite strong NGO in Ukraine. So I suppose you have maybe other experiences. Can you share these?
Good morning, and it's a great honor to participate in such a very well-established conference. First of all, we are right to protection.
Sorry.
So, and we actually appeared well before the UN initiative Right to Protect. So that's we were first in this respect. We actually Right to Protection. It's a Ukrainian national NGO, which has been operating since 2013 in Ukraine, assisting refugees, asylum seekers, stateless population, and since 2014, displaced and conflict affected all around the country. Currently, we have 1,100 staff members, and we are providing different services to beneficiaries like cash assistance, in-kind assistance, legal aid, psychosocial help. Actually, R2P is a good example of localization in Ukraine because before 2013, we were an American faith-based organization, HIAS, and HIAS at some point realized that they wanted to pursue a strategy of localization, and they decided to get registered a local NGO. So since then, we are an independent NGO. We, of course, have our relations with our, let's say, so we, as a national NGO, we face all flows, draws of being a national NGO surrounded by international NGOs. So the major problem of, because Ukraine should have been a great showcase of a locally led response, and maybe been able to meet some of the great bargain commitments. Unfortunately, it did not happen, and it was a huge number of international NGOs parachuting with no real experience of working in countries with well-established civil society and a strong government. So this situation in Ukraine is completely different compared to many other contexts. So unfortunately it has not been taken into account. So R2P being a part of the, for instance, humanitarian country team has been observing this slow and sometimes quite sporadic movement towards a realization that Ukraine is, for instance, many some problems we face and envisage that it would be continuing. So, like a national NGO, we are supposed to compete with international NGOs providing direct services. And I fully understand that sometimes international NGOs are already prepared and can actually roll out their operations fast, but it did not happen in Ukraine again. So the local civil society was way agile than the international NGO and the UN. And according to humanitarian outcomes survey and Refugees International article recently published. So 90% of the overall humanitarian response has been led and is being led by the small, actually volunteer groups, grassroots organizations, and the lion's share of funding which is coming to Ukraine. And as Nicola said, so it was an overwhelming figure. It's the biggest flash appeal in the world, in the history, actually. So, and it goes to the UN and to the international organizations. UN predominantly gets more than others, of course. And then UN is supposed to, of course, distribute it through local partners. Being kind of an intermediary mostly, rather than just an implementing partner. So these are like a couple of examples of what we face here and what we experience as a national NGO. And of course, I would be happy, for instance, the international NGOs come to Ukraine with expertise, with some help to facilitate access to funding, and the donor community also is not very well prepared to this situation in Ukraine because they do not possess mechanisms really just to follow no regrets principles or provide just to have, because civil society is a wide range in Ukraine. It's a wide range of organizations starting from very small up to more or less established big ones. So that's every and each needs some kind of different approaches, and donors, of course, are not prepared for that. Though I just seen quite recently a policy paper, draft policy paper published by BHA. So they want just really to approach this situation more systematically, because no strategy, no even a full-fledged discussion has happened in Ukraine about localization. And the most striking thing is that localization discussions are going on without local partners. So it's mostly among the UN and NGOs and donors, that's it. So very much sporadic attempts have been actually observed, but that's it. So I believe after 8 months of the crisis of the war started, so I believe that it might be some more, let's say, fast and agile approach to Ukraine, and I would say more strategic and more holistic. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and apologies for mispronouncing your organization, of course. And thank you very much for these very diverse views that we already have been hearing. And as I understand, there is a very diverse local actors society, so to say, in Ukraine, and I want to also give the floor to the two people who volunteered to be part of the fishbowl here from Berlin. And I see one person here who's actually connected to some of the previous speaker. Can you please just introduce you and tell your name and your organization?
Thank you so much. My name is Celia Gomez. I'm program officer for HIAS, so the organization that Sasha Galkin just referred to, that in Ukraine became then a Ukrainian NGO. We are now also based in Brussels in our European headquarters, and I cover the Ukraine response of HIAS in, well, of course in Ukraine, but also in Poland, Romania and Moldova.
So, do you have any questions that you want to pose to to Julia or to the other speakers, or do you want to make another point?
Yeah, I just wanted to take up a few points that have been mentioned by the speakers before. So Nicola Bay summarized a lot of points that we have also been observing at HIAS, the opportunities and challenges of localization. And I just wanted to add another specific point here, especially in the neighboring countries of Ukraine. We have seen that many of the civil society organizations have suddenly become engaged in humanitarian assistance to Ukrainian refugees, but then at the same time they also continue their work they have been doing before, and it can be very diverse. It can range from supporting homeless people to supporting women and girls at risk of gender-based violence, and there we see also as an international NGO that wants to support the national CSOs, a kind of challenge when they tell us that they have been, to a certain extent, almost neglecting their previous work to support the Ukrainian refugees. They want to do both, but the donations and the funding especially comes for the Ukraine response. And there they see a kind of a conflict to their previous mandate. I just wanted to add this, and then also the point made about the local actors in Ukraine not being really integrated in this UN coordination fora. If there are any thoughts of another space that can be provided to capture the experience of the reality of the field. So I will stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think we have another international organization here with us in the fishbowl who's also connected to another of the previous speakers. So do you want to introduce yourself, your name, your organization, and of course your points?
Yes, ma'am. So the name is Caio Orellana. I work actually as a representative for like the Berlin playing field with the donors and politics for the organization Help from Bonn, which is a German international organization. And I really want to dive into the whole like turning point thing right now, because like basically going to the topic, I think everything's repeating itself. Like the mistakes we did in the past are repeating itself. There's the issue of personnel moving from local organizations to international organizations because of different, economic and different engagement conditions, which are at some point more favorable in international organizations, in particular if they have if they are security risk averse. So, and if organizations are security risk averse, they employ local people. That's a thing. And I think this is, so I don't think that there's any significant turning point, anything that has been made different in comparison to other prominent crises. I doubt it. And I also see us as an organization, as an international organization, I think we always advocate very much for localization, also in other contexts, and we have quite, I think, a good repertoire, a good portfolio when it comes to that. But also sometimes it's very complicated to actually follow the whole idea of the localization to the full extent. For example. Administration. Julia and I, we talked about this yesterday. Administration is a freaking nightmare, but we have to transfer some burden of administration, in particular when it comes to diligence and to procurements and all this kind of stuff. We have to transport this in whatever way, because this pressure is also on us to the local actors. And of course, if I was a local actor, I would go nuts with this stuff. So. But it's very complicated, so I think, but I really think it's not a turning point at the end of the day. Yeah.
A rather skeptical input, so to say. We have another person joining us here. Can you also introduce yourself and the organization you're joining from, and let us know your thoughts?
Sure. Does that work? Hey. Morning. My name is Josh Hallright. I'm the acting director at the Centre for Humanitarian Leadership. And I guess one of the reflections I have is that these conversations generally focus on the international system and how the international system has to get better at localizing, and all the emphasis is on the international system, and I think rightly so. But sometimes we forget what it takes to navigate that system for a local actor, or what's required for some of these organizations to be able to know where to go to get the money, or which table to sit at to influence decisions. So before I ask a question to Julia, because I'm very keen on hearing the perspective of a local organization around what's required, what knowledge transfer, what support you need to be able to navigate this. A couple of small disclaimers. One, I worked for Oxfam and was involved in setting up the Ukraine response tangentially, so it's nice to see Nicola and how it's progressed. And the second one is that my organization runs a leadership program for local and national civil society organizations in Poland and Ukraine that Julia is involved in. So I just want to make that very clear that this is a bit of a Dorothy Dixer. Thanks.
All right. I think, Goda, is there something in the chat coming up?
Excuse me. Yes, there is. But before I go to the questions, I just wanted to say that we have Dina online, actually.
Yes, I see her.
So how do you prefer to...
Hi, Dina. Dina is actually the colleague of Beatrice, who jumped in for her. But thankfully, Dina, you have got the internet connection now. Still having a candle. I cannot see it right now. But yes, somehow...
Yeah. I'm in Lviv. Greetings from Lviv.
Okay. So, Dina, can you tell us a bit more about the current situation and how it's affecting your work and working with international organizations?
Thank you so much. Well, in general, the The resilience of Ukrainian citizens is a thing that everyone is being discussing, like everywhere, discussing at the moment, because all the organizations keep working close to the front line and in all other regions. For example, in Lviv, we don't have electricity since yesterday, but most organizations keep working. Heating points where people can charge their phones are working. We have generators in some places, and even they're working from co-working that have a generator and have internet, don't have electricity, so candlelight, but still we have Wi-Fi and we can work. And many organizations keep doing whatever they do. But of course, at the same time, it's quite complicated to get coordinated when you don't have electricity, Wi-Fi, and even mobile connection. For example, I had to drive here and my navigator wasn't working. So laptop, if you travel to Ukraine, download an old school navigator with offline map, because those online aren't working. But everything keeps working, and I think that's something that is showing very much the resilience, but also the readiness to work. And the thing that I wanted to add to the discussion, and we may continue discussing this, is that Ukraine is quite different, because even in the time of war, the government keeps functioning. Everything keeps working. Sometimes it's easier, sometimes it's more complicated for international organizations, for example, because they have to keep with the rules of expats being present in the country, for example. We have more than 500 humanitarian organizations registered with OCHA, and this is very complicated, something to navigate, but because it's more than 500 organizations, and Ukraine has pretty strong civil society. Even before the war, even before 2014, we have thousands of civil society organizations registered in Ukraine. So this is something that very differs the situation from all the. I thought.
I think now you're breaking. Okay, let's try again.
Okay, what was the last thing you heard?
Just your last sentence. I think now the internet connection seems to be back.
Super. So the thing is that the Ukrainian civil society is quite strong. It was quite strong even before the war. And even before 2014, and we have thousands of organizations registered and functioning in Ukraine. So that is very complicated, but at the same time very different from all the previous humanitarian crises.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dina, for joining, and thank you for all your great work that you are doing right now. And for me, this has been a lot of issues we just touched upon, but something which seems to be coming up again and again is that there is a strong capacity both of the government and the civil society, but then it's difficult for the international humanitarian system to tap on these and actually support these rather than pulling them into their structures, their procedures, and their rules. Julia, I want to come back to you because that was also some thing which was mentioned from the Fishbowl. You actually also are from an NGO that has been active before the war, doing something completely differently. So can you take us with you on your journey from what you did before, then entering the humanitarian system? How was that for you? And especially, how was it for you to be exposed in such a complicated humanitarian international environment?
Thank you, Daria. Yes, to be honest, we're a very new organization. We was set up only 3 years ago, and it was, I'm a founder of NGO Girls, and it started from sexual education events in Ukraine for teenage girls. And my main dream is to have a lot of educated, rich, and safe women around me. So that's what we did before the war. It was sexual education events and women empowering events, our main focus. And all last year, 2021, we spent with UNICEF together, and we had a big project on menstrual health, and we conducted lectures in school for boys and girls. It was extremely successful because we covered more than 100,000 kids, and it was together boys and girls in the same lecture, so we didn't divide them. But when the war started, originally I am from Irpin, and I saw on my own eyes, Kyiv, Irpin is 20 kilometers away, and then Hostomel with military airport is 10 kilometers away from me. So when the war started, I just opened my window and I saw this air battle on my own eyes, and it's like how it started for me. And we have 3 kids, and it was like, okay, we need to pack and to escape. And I just was sitting inside the bathroom and just crying and do nothing. My kids, they were very prepared. They keep everything, baggage, and they're ready. Okay, we should go. My husband did everything, but I just sit and cry, and it's how it worked with me. So, but finally, we managed to escape from Irpin on the first day in the night. And then we go to Hungary and then to Poland. So I'm originally have experience of refugee and ADP. And when we were in Poland, it was refugee center with community-based refugee center, to be honest. And I started just with cash assistance for people from Irpin, just for evacuation. We had some money for one project. It was corporate money, and I called to my partner, can I use this money for any I want? Yeah, please do. So we started just for collecting needs from people who would like to go out Irpin or Kyiv region or whatever they want. And I just send money to people's personal account. And how it started, and then I just opened a fundraise campaign among my partners, previous partners from business side, because I have a lot of my previous boss, he's from England, and I just wrote, okay, can you support Ukrainians right now? We need some money for this and this. Yeah, okay, and we start collect money and to distribute for evacuation. At the same time, my husband started to deliver humanitarian assistance to the small villages, and how NGO from sex ed education, we turned to humanitarian resistance. And in January, we had 15 people in my team. But right now, I have 60 core team members and 250 part-time team members. So, and we are not working with volunteering. We're paying people money. We are very successful in fundraising. We have a strong partnership with a lot of big NGO, but at the same time with corporate segments. So we fundraise openly. And so for me, it's incredible development during the war, because we hire so many people, 65% of my team, it's ADP. They lost their houses, they lost their families. One of my colleagues, she lost her husband in Azovstal. We have people who are IDP and refugee twice. We're working from 15 different places in Ukraine, and my morning starts from checking, okay, what was bombed during the night? And then I should check if my people are okay. And sometimes you need to wait a few hours for some Telegram messages that I'm alive, it's okay. So it's my everyday routine, unfortunately. And yesterday when we are sitting here and listening to Berlin authorities, it was right now bomb in Kyiv, and there's no electricity, no heating, no water, and you don't know when it come back. So it's my reality. I live in this right now, and sometimes it's very funny to listen to from our partners, okay, you have delayed report. Yeah, because I'm sitting in bomb shelter with no electricity. I can't prepare Excel spreadsheet for you. Sorry, guys. And again, no, you don't understand. We need to apply for the next year fund until end of week. No, you don't understand. I'm sitting in bomb shelter. You need to be clear that we work in an emergency. It's war. It's emergency response. And some okay, you have your security policy, but I also have like physical being is first, and I don't care if we will miss some deadline because it's my headache. I will write a lot of letters, sign an additional agreement, explain everything, but don't push my people to work under pressure. And again, sometimes some people who work in Australia, sorry, it's not about you, in Australia and Canada, and we have time difference, and they write into my staff at 11 o'clock in the night, okay, we have like an emergency meeting tomorrow morning, can you jump? No, because it's like in the middle of the night for me. You just need to understand. And again, I can't call you. You didn't answer me for 6 hours. Yes, I just don't have connection. It's okay. It's war. So it's very I understand that if you're sitting somewhere and you have your own policy and your own plan, it's difficult to understand that sometimes it's just impossible in physical way to do something. Not we don't want to do something or we are not going to support you. We just can't. So realize what is going around from one perspective. And I also would like to add that a lot of Ukrainian NGO, we started 3 years ago. We have a lot of support from Feministic Network. They put a lot of efforts on our organizational development. We attend a lot of trainings, and Canadian government put a lot of money on Feministic NGO Network, and it really works because I am a result of this kind of support. And also, UNICEF put a lot of efforts to rise us from no name to well-educated NGO right now we have. But at the same time, there are a lot of questions for NGO because you try to put the same policy to us, procurement, PSEA, anti-corruption, and you have the same policies, to be honest, it's all the same, but I need to go through 5 different trainings on PSEA, and it's based on UN agency. But I have a GORA certification. Why I need to go again and again and again through this PSEA policy? Even I'm low-risk partner for a UN agency. But again, I conduct this training for my staff, but I should go to somewhere to IMC or HELP or World Vision or whatever, because you need to put me again in this PSEA policy. It's inefficiently, because for sure I know everything about child protection, PSEA policy, because I went through due diligence many times. I fill in a lot of forms or 50 pages form of, can you assess, what do you think and how you deal with this, what is your monitoring and evaluation policy and so on. But again, each new partner come, okay, you need to attend our PSEA policy. And then you just need to, okay, just when, tell me, but I need to spend at least 3 hours of my life, and I am quite busy, and to be honest, for you, I am quite expensive for you. You are paying for all this administrative stuff because I need to put some people from my team to this training. It means that during all this capacity building, we do nothing. We don't help people. We don't provide support. We don't make procurement. So just useless. So my question is, can you change it? Because again, we have a lot of certification. Can you just make one system that if you have one kind of certification, you don't need at least for 3 years to go to the same course? Is it doable? Very easy question. And back to your question about I'm part of CLP leadership program. And for me, as for new NGO, extremely useful because you did good homework before. It's to be honest, because it started during the war. You offered this program for us for free when the war already was. So it's quite good that it's short-term 3-month course, and you can do most of your learning online using your system, using the videos, short-edited videos, everything. But again, this navigation about UNAID system and donor system, it's quite complicated. Even I have PhD, I have well-educated, I'm smart, but even sometimes I crash it, how to navigate, who is the main? where is the money? Whom I need to talk to apply directly for, not just go like, okay, apply for like Ukrainian NGOs, and Ukrainian NGO will apply for international NGO, other international NGO will apply to 3 other international NGO, and finally, where is the money? Maybe I can apply directly? Why I need to use all this line? Because it's like loss of translation, loss of time, loss of money, all this administrative stuff. If you would like to do localization, okay, I'm here. Just let's do localization. And like right now, a lot of eco projects, Ukrainian Humanitarian Fund, a lot of projects from other big donors. And again, like me, like NGO, I am part of 3 different my international partners. I apply in each of 8 program with the same activity, or more or less the same. So it means maybe I can apply directly. And the question is.
Yeah. Very good points, and I see more or less 4 big topics coming up in that discussion. And one very big one is, of course, the risk transfer. Looking at Dina, who is joining us with the candlelight from Ukraine, and you telling your stories from the first days in the war. So you bear a lot of psychological burden, but also security burden, and so you are faced with security risks and risks of life, but then you're confronted with your international partners who are mainly dealing with due diligence risks, and that's their main topic they are concerned about. So I heard that many INGOs were actually suspending their operations in the very first days of the war, and then volunteer organizations were picking up, and then the international actors trying to connect with those, especially for visibility, because then they wanted to show that they are somehow operative, to raise funds. So this is not only risk transfer, but actually also using. I don't want to say abusing, but using the locals who are actually risking their lives because they refrain from taking these risks.
I have a lot of stories around it. So, okay, when the war started and we started delivering money, and we had a few projects with big international donors, but our money was frozen. We can't use it because it was programmed by other activities. So I started just fundraising corporate money for helping people, and during 3 or even 4 weeks, no one answered my calls, no one answering my mails because it was disrupted. And even if we are talking about like helping people with shelters, with food, with hygiene, okay, where is and where is the Red Cross? Where is, like it was winter, there is no heating station. Ukrainian business start to help. Ukrainian business opens their warehouse. My partners, they just, okay, they host people in their warehouse. They bought mattresses, blankets, everything in one day. It was delivered very fast. But where is this big amount of money for Ukraine come? And even later, no one would like to pay these people for their job. And if we go to the front line right now, for example, Kharkiv Oblast and the Kherson region is deoccupied, and we jump to the car and send like basic food and basic hygiene kits to the deoccupied territories, and we saw what they especially need. But then when we asked our partner, come with us. No, we have security policy, it's impossible. Okay, but how you can like conduct needs assessment? And then, okay, but Yulia, you shouldn't go to the front line if you don't want. It's not like my willingness, I want or I don't want. If I'm operating Ukraine and supporting Ukrainians and Ukrainian people suffering after the occupation, so it's not a question if I can or could or if I will, I just go it. And it's like very different between, and again, right now, a lot of partners conduct new appeal for Kherson region, but no one can operate here because no electricity, no heating, everyone destroyed, every day bombing. So, but again, where is the money? Just give money at least for fuel, at least for basic food. Like there is complicated story with local authorities, especially in Kherson region, but there is a lot of volunteers, a lot of NGOs, and we collaborate with a few NGOs who support kids with disabilities. And they are continuously asking for basic needs, for basic building material, just to cover something from the rain, and nothing. Like again, Ukrainian business like Rosetka, Nova Pochta, Kyivstar, they are here, they set up, they restore infrastructure and help people. But a lot of nations, Red Cross, where are you?
Yeah. And maybe that's also turn to another context and flying across continents. I hear we are also joined by Gloria Soma now, who is the director of Titi Foundation in South Sudan. We've been discussing extensively the cooperation between international organizations and organizations in Ukraine. Gloria, I'm so glad that you are able to join us. We had actually hoped to have you here with us, but unfortunately you are only online as well. Thank you for having the time for us. So hearing all these struggles, inputs, and learnings, how does this resonate with your experiences? Is it something you are familiar with, or do you see some progress in Ukraine?
Well, my name is Gloria Soma. I hope I'm audible enough.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm the executive director of the Titi Foundation, which is a women-led organization based in South Sudan. I hear the conversation that our colleagues from Ukraine are going through, especially on the localization discussions. I mean, it's the same situation we face day in, day out in South Sudan context. We've been in crisis for over 30 years, and not much solution really through the humanitarian architecture that is coming substantively out of, all the interventions, out of the millions that have been poured in. When you talk about localizing, and ensuring that the local communities take charge of interventions, it's always, oh no, we have already designed this program with our headquarters and with the donors specifically. They're not about to change anything. So it's basically imposing what they think is right for us on the ground to implement. And as a foundation, at the moment, what we decided to do is that we no longer want to, listen to this kind of theories, and we're taking it upon ourselves as an individual institution that we only need to work with like-minded donors, like-minded supporters that want to improve the welfare of communities within our context, within our country. And so with that, sometimes comes the hard decisions of deliberately refusing, to accept funding from partners, because I cannot keep implementing something that has been imposed. Unfortunately, it is also a recycle of what they thought 8 years ago would be working. But to date, I'm unfortunately in my 30s, and I don't see any progress in my country based on, what they think is recurring structures and ways of working. But it's no longer working. It's actually worsening the situation. So I think it's high time really that, the international community, donors specifically, be able to start listening to the grassroots communities. I think I've been seeing the conversation on listening for a very long time, and sometimes it gets so boring that, you keep making so much noise. But I think the noise is still very necessary, and there's need for us to really be able to listen to the different innovative ways in which local actors think they can bring about sustainability, they can bring about better developmental programs within their communities. Because at the end of the day, if aid is meant to disable communities, then I don't think it's worth it. But if we wholeheartedly and genuinely want to help communities, it's time for us to listen to their solutions and solutions that they think will be able to support them move the next step forward. And we should also keep desisting. There's a notion when it comes down to most times the multilateral organizations and INGOs, people want to keep holding to power. And power is basically the resources. And this is what is a huge disabler for, a lot of the national organizations. And I think if donors can support us, disable a chunk of that power, then I think we'll be creating, a favorable solution to also ensuring that we are realizing the localization, agenda. Otherwise, it remains a song that we'll keep singing for the next couple of decades moving forward. Thank you so much, Darina, and over to you.
Thank you, Gloria. And listening to you and what Julia said before, it appears to me that it comes back to the capacity strengthening approach. And hearing from Gloria that you are invited in trainings over and over again to be able to comply with the international system, I am asking myself, and this question goes to the audience as well. I see there are more inputs, so please, if you have already taken your fishbowl seat, please free it to people that have not had the possibility to talk yet. I see there is much input and much interest. So I'm asking especially the international NGOs that are here, a little bit provocatively, is it maybe also about your capacity, building your capacity in working together with different contextualized organizations, people, civil society? So that's maybe one question to you. But I see that we have more people here. But let me give Goda the floor first, who has been waiting so long for having her say in taking up the questions from the chat.
Yes, thank you, Darina. So the chat has become very lively in the meantime. We have a few inputs that I would like to read to you. So the first one is from Chiara, who says that an open letter by 150 local organizations responding to the Ukraine humanitarian crisis raised the aspect that they should be able to deliver aid on their own terms by also incorporating principles of solidarity and resistance. Mm-hmm. And the question goes to Nicola. Has this also been a topic of discussion in your partnerships? Another input comes from Smruti Patel, who says, I would like, and I quote, "I would like to know why we always assume that local actors do not have capacity and waste so much resources duplicating training. We have seen this in different emergencies, so do you agree that there is not much of a turning point as we are doing business as usual?" Smruti also adds that there is a real move of international organizations to register as national organizations and calling themselves national organizations. This shrinks the space of homegrown organizations. They also compete for financial resources, HR resources, coordination, and policy space at the table. So even those who say they are committed to localization and the grand bargain and the C4C, they continue to take up space and resources. Another input, maybe I'll just go through all the inputs. Another input comes from Katrin Truszewski from HELP. Katrin says, INGOs are often those directly receiving the funds and transferring to local partners. Often regulations and rules, especially procurement rules of donors, which normally differ from donor to donor, are a big challenge, especially in crisis countries like Ukraine, with a lot of local partners new in this kind of project management, as they are changing from grassroots to organization or just changing from their original field of business to humanitarian aid. Additionally, it is a big challenge for the INGOs and local partners if the beneficiary country has its own regulations and rules. How can we improve the situation and cooperation with the local partners in the field? Another input comes from Bianca from ADRA organization, and Bianca says the NGO letter Chiara referred to and the FTS showing how funding mainly went to international actors instead of local or national actors does not seem to reflect a turning point. As we know, with money comes power. Do any local actors have had direct contact with donors like Germany or ECHO? Is there a way of direct communication? Shouldn't that be the solution? And the last point comes from Dina, who added to the discussion, let's not miss the point that most of the cluster meetings started to be bilingual only a few months ago in Ukraine, and since 2015 there were no FAIR standards translated to Ukrainian.
Wow, this is a very lively chat, and I see it's becoming lively here as well. However, I just wanted to point to something which I find very noteworthy, because that's how we see how these different due diligence regulations and rules and procedures that you are confronted with from different international actors, from different donors, is actually also leading to a lack of coordination and vice versa. So we are duplicating existing coordination mechanisms, existing structures, because they are not. It's not possible to integrate them because of the due diligence. And I'm also very glad that the open letter has been mentioned, and I encourage everybody who has not read it, maybe we can put the link in the chat. Those of you who have referred to it, it's a very worth read for everybody engaged in strengthening local actors. Looking at the time, we just have 10 minutes left, and we have, I think, 5 more input givers here in our fishbowl. So maybe just start from the left-hand side. Can you introduce yourself, your name, your organization, and your points?
Thank you. This is Muhammad Ahmad from IDEA organization, a local organization, and we have been working since long in the conflict emergency. So my first point is, if it is a risk shifting or risk sharing. If the risk has been shifted to the local organization because the international is not working, it is not a turning point. If the risk has been shared with them, if there is a duty of care has been taken care of, like if the people who are the frontliner, their health and their life is ensured, so then this is a turning point. If the salaries are equitable, then it is a turning point, otherwise not. This is in a very much traditional system, because the salaries are very low to the front line, for the frontliner who are facing the risk. So this is the old traditional model, so it's not a. If there is a retention policy, if the INGOs are not inducting staff from the local NGOs, and that's how the local NGOs cannot retain their capacity after a lot of training. So if there is no such policy of compensation or like any moral obligation, so this is not a turning point then. If ICR has not been shared equally with the local actors, then it's not a turning point. If the local actors are not at the decision-making table, so then it is not a turning point. It is very much traditional system. So you can answer if some of these are there in, while working in the Ukraine crisis, if the local NGOs are provided with all these opportunities or not. So
I would like to add very short. You know, some our partners just told me that I'm too expensive. NGO Girls is too expensive. NGO, we are not going to work with you because you put high salaries to your budget. Yes, of course, because NGO stolen my people. Because you pay triple price on ordinary Ukrainian salary. And if I would like to have sustainability in my NGO, I need to cover all expenses. And no one is ready to cover the insurance, to be honest. Even no one is ready to cover rent payment near front line. It's again like, why you need office in Dnipro? sorry, but you would like me to operate in Eastern region. So it's like, obviously, I need to rent some space, at least for house or something like that. And again, we lost some tenders just to price. Because we have like cheaper offer. Okay, sorry, I am not going to work cheaper because I know how good I am in delivering the results. So sorry, we will try to find other money. But it's the issue. There is the issue because NGOs still thinking that we are like, I don't know, wild country in some way, and we don't understand how this like money making working, and why I should like pay less to my people if they know how hard and how dangerous their work are.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Was that all from your side?
Exactly. I have a long list, but like. It is not a turning point for the humanitarian sector. Yeah. Let's be honest with the...
Rather skeptical views. Let's see.
Hi, I'm Frederick, working for the World Food Programme, but I'm not here to discuss Ukraine operations because I'm not covering it, so I'm not able to talk about it, or I shouldn't. For me, the discussion shows a very important, there are two important aspects that I saw in the Ukraine response. It is not an ordinary response. So a lot of actors were struggling by very strong local organizations, but also by a government that actually cares about its people and tries to help them and make the best out of it. So this is an aspect that when you talk about this localization in the context of Ukraine, I think there is this is very different to a lot of other emergencies that we respond to, because there are partners that we can work with. And this took time for a lot of organizations to adapt to, was my impression from the far distance. And then the second point is on the question of how that I raised yesterday, and that Ed made on a podium yesterday around the incentive structure. When you talk about localization, everybody agrees that this is a good idea. But then you have a system on the donor side, as we discussed yesterday with Ms. Potzelt, about the lack of capacity in the Foreign Office to actually handle this kind of things. Because that means that you interact with a lot more actors, a lot more complications. And it's not about SIA trainings, because I've done those a lot myself, and the learning curve stops at some point. But there are other needs that need to be covered, as you rightfully mentioned. So the question is there the right infrastructure on the donor side to actually deliver on promises given around localization? Are they able to make decisions, allocate resources to the right thing? And yes, the colleague from Oxfam said there's a lot of training offers, and there is a need for training that should be part of it. But what is the actual implementation structure that comes between the Foreign Office and local organizations? Because the officers in the Foreign Office are not able to cover it. So who does the administrative work? Who does the investment in the common goal of localizing aid? And this is, this is just a consideration around the actual feasibility of the promises being made. And I think there's a big gap between the good idea and the actual delivery of it.
Yeah, I think we are again talking about capacities, this time about donor capacities. Unfortunately, we have no donor representative here, but we have several international organizations. So let's turn to the next in the row, who is actually from an international organization. Can you tell us your name, your organization, and maybe respond to some of the issues and share your views?
Respond to. So I will forget my question. So my name is Ole Hengelbrock, working for Caritas Germany. And actually, if I'm honest, at the beginning of the session in the poll, I was answering no, it's not a turning point. But listening to Gloria's comments and also to your last ones, Julia, now I would have the feeling to say it is a turning point in localizing aid, not with regard specifically to Ukraine, but in general, because local actors say no. They claim their right to reject tenders or to say, no, I don't work with this donor if he imposes things to me or with these INGOs, but I choose like-minded donors or INGOs. And if local actors gain the confidence, the ability, the capacity, however we call it, to say no, to reject, and to choose their partner, then this is a turning point. Because before it was much for tendencies, oh, okay, Caritas Germany is the one giving me money, I will do whatever they ask, or I say what they want to hear. I learn it, what they want to hear, so I will also say it. And if I hear now local actors claiming the right to reject, whoa, for me it's a turning point. So there were improvements in the last 8 years. Let's also be honest about that. Another comment I would just like saying, the colleague from Haya said it before, like in Moldova and also Ukraine, many civil organizations, they were doing humanitarian action quite rapidly. And you made very valid points, which we really need to work on with, harmonizing the due diligence and not so much capacity building, because you are experts already. But I have a question, if maybe also later at the tea, you can share your impressions about the relevance of humanitarian principles to civil society organizations in Ukraine. Is it an obsolete framework for you, talking about neutrality, for example, or does it have a relevance also for civil society actors in Ukraine? Because I see a huge relevance still in it.
Yes, and we heard this question before, directly posed to Nicola, and who's also raising his hand. Of course, you want to respond. I see that. I will give you the floor. And also, Dina, I see your hands, no worry. But let's just hear the two more inputs from the fishbowl here. And maybe if we don't have time, this goes to all of you online. Both Nicola and I hope also Dina are staying with us for some more 45 minutes. In separate breakout rooms, which will not be recorded, where you can engage with them, chat with them, post all the questions, and hear more from them. So this is just a little disclaimer from my side. There is more time, so don't worry. Let's move on. The next input giver, your name, your organization, and your input, please.
Yeah, thanks a lot, and thanks for this great discussion. Matthias Amling from Welthungerhilfe, German INGO. Many things have been said, so I don't try to just double it. But as an INGO, I feel I really liked the discussion around capacity building, and not for the local or national partners, but for the INGOs, for the donors. I think that's really at some points lacking. For Welthungerhilfe, the idea of locally led response, localization, it's very at the heart of our strategy. At the same time, I feel we are at the starting point in really learning that, and I feel that's similar to many INGOs, and that will also be not an easy road to go. It will take time, and I think we have to be honest, and we have to find kind of transition strategies towards a role in which we, if it's an intermediary organization or whatever role is the best, then we have to discuss that with partners. We have to get to that point, and that will take time, I think. And I mean, we are involved in some good initiatives in a project with Ahmad, with Ole together, where we try really to get together 40 partners that recently met in Bonn and discussed these things and tried to learn from each other. At the same time, part of the START network that is also trying to decentralize its structures more and more, trying to have hubs in countries that are with at least 50% of national actors, so at least more locally led. I think that's all. There are things that start and they're on the way, but we are really at the beginning, and therefore the initial question of a turning point, I would say no, it's not a turning point yet. It's maybe we did maybe this response in Ukraine was in some parts better than in other situations. We have to analyze why. We heard a lot about, of course, the capacity that is there, the government capacity, the local authorities, the civil society capacity. And then we have to say in a second analysis. What can we take from there and transfer to other situations? And the last thing, I would definitely also agree with donor capacity. I mean, we heard yesterday from Ms. Potzel and also in the beginning from Ms. Baumann, there's no problem with the staffing of the Federal Foreign Office. I would disagree with that. That's not the case, and we have to be honest about that. Thank you.
Yes, it's very interesting that you're pointing to the need of time to improve, but I think people on the forefront really don't see that there is time. So this, I think, is a little bit of a discrepancy in the different views. The final one in this fishbowl round, please, your name.
Okay, my name is Samuel Zode Hagos, and I'm currently working with German Center for Integration and Migration Study. I would like to be a little bit, thank you for the opportunity, but I would like to be a little bit critical. And then I would like to characterize this effort as a kind of normalizing and then kind of ensuring the continuity of the current humanitarian architecture through notion of localization. Let me give some example. For example, we are also talking about capacity. And since we are looking at this capacity through neoliberalism lens, we are saying that, oh, Ukrainian, they have more capacity. So the others in the other areas, since we don't have capacity, then we have the opportunity to localize in Ukraine, to the locals to take the leadership. And the other thing is we are also talking in the direction of the critics of the humanitarian architecture is about disciplining, control, and then transferring responsibility and normalizing process. And then we are repeating, for example, like beneficiaries, which is, and also empowerment. We are trying to fine-tune our vocabularies also to fit to the existing governance system, the existing architecture. And then we are also trying to kind of the local organization trying to squeeze in to the existing mode of delivery, because we are saying efficiency, we are saying accountability, which is based on this neoliberal political architecture. So how do we claim that now we are at a turning point where we are trying to normalize the current mode of operandi, the current mode of structure, the current practice, which is disconnected from the notion of giving a voice to local community to take action, to take responsibility, to define their own priority, to be actively shape the whole humanitarian governance. We are trying to impose, but not allowing the grassroots movement to shape the current architecture. Thank you very much.
A very important disrupting input indeed. I'm very sad that we cannot take it up because we are already over time. But as I said, we still have 45 minutes of active break, and I would encourage you to grab some drinks and stay in this round, continue the discussion as we have the possibility. Noticing the time and still remembering that I promised you to give the possibility to you online to react. Nicola and Dina, do you have some final takeaway for this discussion, some final input? And I want to encourage all of you here in the room also to note down your key takeaway and your key input to the little pieces of paper that you should have found on your seats, because we are collecting them on the pin board over there. We want to really learn and also collect your insights for also our own learning. So, Nicola, let's maybe start with you. There has been the question about solidarity. Is Oxfam responding in Ukraine solidarity-based? Or do you want to share any other final note?
There are a lot of takeaways from this discussion. I think, yes, I'd like to get back to the direct question, and then I have another takeaway. On the direct question of resistance and solidarity, I mean, it's not a tension, I have to be honest, we're experiencing with the organizations we're working with in Ukraine. Having said that, well aware of the debate in Ukraine, of the open letter, of the points that have been raised. So I think for us, this is an ongoing discussion. I think some of us may approach it differently. For us, it's a bit of a nuanced conversation in the sense that this has implications for us in other contexts as well. So whatever position we take on Ukraine for reasons of consistency and if we like global equality, we need to be prepared to take everywhere else. So I think we're still thinking through the implications of what that means for us if we look at it from a wider perspective beyond Ukraine. And then I think it also needs to be broken down, because I think what we are absolutely certain about is that we're not neutral on the principles, on the rights, on the international legal frameworks. Does that extend to not being neutral in a conflict is then the big question and the big topic of discussion for us. And the other takeaway for me is on capacity building. I think we need to stop talking about capacity building, start to talking about exchange and mutual learning. Mm-hmm. I think Sasha from R2P raised a very valid point that international NGOs themselves are struggling to adapt to a context which is very different from those in which we normally work, with a well-functioning government, with established systems, and I mean, we've all seen the response, with a strong civil society. So we need to rethink. Mm-hmm. It's not a one-directional capacity building process. It is a mutual learning. And if you're really working on localizing a response, then it comes out of joint discussions.
Thank you, Nicola. Dina, please, if you have one last thing that you can share with this very diverse audience, what would that be?
I think we have heard a lot of many organizations trying to negotiate their vision of how this should be implemented. Like international organizations have their vision and local organizations have their vision. But I work in project management for many years, and there's a thing called Skynafin framework, which tells us that there are 4 types of worlds that we can live in. One is obvious, second is complicated, third is complex, and fourth is chaos. And I think that it's quite obvious that the situation that we are in, not only Ukraine, but globally, it's more of a complex and chaos than obvious and complicated. And the answer to that is that we have to be very flexible and we have to adjust and adapt every day. There is no unique rules and tools that can be applied in all the contexts when there is chaos. You have to adapt, you have to act, then analyze the results and act again. And I think that we have to remind to ourselves that every day and remember that communication, coordination, and cooperation is the key to success in this environment. Thank you.
Thank you for this final plea for more flexibility. Last from our online speakers is Gloria, last but certainly not least. So what do you take away from this discussion, maybe in just one sentence, as we are already 8 minutes over time? If you can be brief, that would be much appreciated. Gloria.
Thank you, Darina. One is that the conversation of capacity building needs to move into capacity sharing, because we all do have.
Now, Gloria just dropped off. Are you back again? Well, unfortunately, she is not, but she will be in the breakout rooms anyway. I hope she will be back very soon. So you will have the possibility to exchange with her in the remaining 40 minutes of online exchange. This leaves me with you, Julia. You have heard so many different voices now. What is your key takeaway from these discussions? Is the Ukrainian response a turning point for localization, or would you rather disagree?
I think that we're still far away from localization, but we need to do the best and to raise a voice and to be very active and to be included in any decision making about the humanitarian response in Ukraine. And like again, should be involved in all this decision making.
Mm-hmm.
That's my key point.
Very brief. And now to close the session, we've been discussing this question over and over again. Let's turn back to the online poll that we had. So please pull out your phones again. And in the chat, please click on the link. We are very keen to see whether we were able to change your minds in either one way or the other. And whether we could bring you to either more a positive or more of a negative view on whether the Ukrainian response is a turning point for locally led humanitarian action. I see many phones being pulled out here. I think in the chat there is also the link. And there is the same answer categories from 0 to not at all to 5 totally. So what would be your answer? And I'm very keen to see the answers. Wow, more people participating now. Still somewhat decided. Even 50 people now participating. Well, there is still a very divided group here. I think this gives us more room to discuss in the active break that I already announced. Please remember to take notes of your key takeaways and pin it to the pin board, which is just outside the room. In the chat, you can post your key takeaways, of course, as well. And yeah, thank you, Julia, for being here. And yeah, let's have a very engaging active break. Thank you for the very vivid discussion.
Thank you very much.
Yes, dear audience, please be so nice and take a seat, and ideally take a seat in the proximity of our stage, because we would like this session to be very interactive and participatory as well. Please come, don't be shy. A very, very warm welcome to our second panel of today. The time is now: climate change as an accelerator for humanitarian change. Before we start, some brief notes on housekeeping. Welcome to everyone here in Berlin, and also online. We invite you to discuss the intersections of humanitarianism and climate change in the 90 minutes to come. For our online participants, as always, please keep your cameras and microphones turned off during the whole Zoom meeting. Please note that we do have live captions in English that are available for better understanding. For more information, and if there are any technical issues, please contact the user CHA technical support. For our online and on-site audience, on-site audience here in Berlin, I would like to stress that you also have the possibility to add your key takeaways of each panel, and also evidently for this important panel, to the boards in the entrance hall. That helps us to access important points, but also maybe you to reflect on the whole process as well. That's for housekeeping, so let's turn to the heart of things. Today, climate change is literally everywhere. We know that in our minds, our individual decision-making processes, when we watch our environment with a careful and sometimes worried eye, for example, when strolling through Berlin in November and it's 20 degrees outside. Climate change is the one topic driving not only discourse inside the humanitarian filter bubble, but it has entered into the everyday news cycle around the whole globe, especially now after COP27 has just ended. And what is more, and what is most important and should be most important to all of us, it deeply influences the lived realities of people affected by it. Devastating consequences such as heat waves, rising sea levels, flash floods, storms, and so many more. You know all the facts. You're an expert audience. You know the facts around climate change. 2015 to 2021 were the warmest 7 years on record. We might have already overturned 5 of the core tipping points influencing the climate already. So we are at a very devastating point at the moment. And why is this important for humanitarian actors? We all know that as well. Humanitarian need is skyrocketing. 2022 broke the records even before February 24th with 274 million people in need. And by last month, this number has escalated to 313 million people in need worldwide. So as of this year, we at the CHA have started our own research project on climate change and humanitarian change, interested in the effects of climate change on humanitarian organizations in programmatic terms, in operational terms, and concerning also the norms and mandates the sector is built upon. Climate change is an issue of everyone's concern, especially of humanitarian actors whose job and duty it is to support affected populations. To discuss the particularities of climate change and its effect on the humanitarian system, I'm very, very much delighted to be joined by this wonderful round of experts. We have online with us Dr. Kiswenzida Gigma. He joins us from Burkina Faso, where he's based, and he works as a technical advisor for the Red Crescent Climate Center. We have Muhammad Ahmad, the chairperson of the National Humanitarian Network in Pakistan, and last but not least, Paul Knox-Clark, who joins us here in his role as the principal of ADAPT, a climate and humanitarian initiative. A warm welcome to all of us. I'm very glad that you're here. Everyone will get a proper introduction right before their individual input. To get all the audience on board, I would like to explain what will be heading our way in the next 90 minutes. We will have 3 consecutive rounds of discussions, each headed by one of our speakers here on stage. They will start with a short input, and then we will have round about 20 minutes to discuss. Content-wise, Paul will speak to the broader level of the humanitarian system vis-à-vis climate change. Gingma will focus on climate science and anticipatory action, and Ahmad will provide us with his expertise and experience, specifically with the context of humanitarian response in Pakistan and questions of localization. Just like in the previous session that I really loved, and I was really excited about the participatory manner of our localization session just before, we aim at increasing the participation of you, our expert audience here in Berlin as well as online. To do so, we have established this fishbowl setup in front of the panel stage that you can all see. So you'll be able to join the circle anytime to pose questions and comments to the individual speakers. If you feel you have spent enough time, feel free to make space for others. So please don't hesitate to come and discuss with us. I would love to have this in a very lively discussion. I will do light moderation, so please feel free to engage with all of us here. The only fixed seat is for my colleague Sonja Höfelmann, who will be the ambassador for the online questions and comments and will present them to the stage. So, before we start, I would like all of you to get your phones out again, like in the previous session, to encourage you to get involved in our voting. So the question is, the climate crisis is going to change the humanitarian sector in unprecedented ways. Please join us here to click online or through your phones and let us know what you think about this. After that, Paul will start to give his input. Oh, wow. That is a good result. Not so divided as in the last session. So yeah, well, that. So there's still something happening, but the vast majority, I think, we can all see and agree on, agrees with the fact that the climate, the stage of climate change is going to influence the humanitarian sector in ways we have not seen before. So I think this is a good start for Paul to enter the stage. Paul Knox-Clark is the principal of ADAPT, a climate and humanitarian initiative. In his role, he supports humanitarian actors to identify operational and strategic adaptations, as well as he builds awareness of the challenges and supports the transformation processes across the system as a whole. Previously, Paul led research at the ALNAP network, where he wrote the 2018 edition of the State of the Humanitarian Systems report that you probably are all very much familiar with. And he also was the executive director of Oxford Change Management, an international organization that provided change and leadership support to international organizations. And before that, he worked for WFP and for Save the Children in a variety of humanitarian operations. So he has insight and expertise with all sides of the circle. Please, Paul, the stage is yours. I'm looking forward to your input.
Thank you so much. It's lovely to be here. I'm very honoured to be invited and to be sitting on a panel with such distinguished colleagues. I'm very happy to be here also in Germany, because I think the attention that's being given to this topic in Germany is probably rather more than it is in many other places, although that is happily changing. I'm not sure how I would have voted there, personally, because I think there's a difference between whether it will change, the sector will change, and whether the sector should change. I would like to make the case for why the sector should change if it is to remain relevant in the larger global response to the climate crisis. Whether or not it does that, I think, is a different question. To recap, just to frame some of these thoughts, as you know, the 1.5 degree increase over pre-industrial temperatures is now projected, depending on which projection one uses, to occur sometime between 2030 and 2035. So that's 8 to sort of 13 years from now. And that matters for a very wide variety of reasons. To humanitarians, I would suggest it matters for one particular reason, and that's this. Because the IPCC says that the transition period between medium impact of extreme weather and high impact of extreme weather takes place between 1 degree and 1.5 degrees. Which means that we are in that transition now to a different state of risk and impact. So what we can expect, and what we're already seeing, but what we can expect in the next 10 years, will of course differ. There's a lot of uncertainty about what will happen where and when, but I think there is very, very little uncertainty about the general trends. Firstly, and all of this is on top of course, the humanitarian caseload we have already. I think that's very important to underline as well. It's not instead of, it's as well as. We can expect to see much more frequent hazardous events and disasters related to hazardous events. Secondly, we can expect to see those hazardous events being much larger and much more destructive. Thirdly, we can expect some of them at least to be also much more complex and uncertain, and to behave in ways that we don't expect, and to behave in ways they haven't behaved in the past. So these are the 3 challenges that we face at a high level. What does that mean for how we work? I'd like to suggest that each challenge requires a very significant transition. Frequency leads to what one of my colleagues in India has called continuous crisis. Many communities will be experiencing not perhaps massive crises, but they're massive to them, constant crises. A system that was based on, simplistically, episodic 1-year interventions by outsiders is absolutely not designed for that. Designed for the exact opposite. And so if we want a system which can respond to continuous crisis, it has to be local, locally led, locally implemented, and it has to be on the ground, consistently working. So that's the first thing. The second, I suggest the issue of much bigger crises, much more impactful crises. 2 pieces, 2 big changes here. One is about becoming more efficient, and a lot of that seems to be, consensus seems to be one of the ways of being more efficient, using limited resources for far more people, is working more along the disaster risk management spectrum. So being less responsive, which is not a hugely efficient way of working more in anticipation, in resilience, or at least getting our act together so that our work is joined up with people who are. That will differ from one agency to another. But the other area is that we will probably come to places where just giving stuff isn't enough. There's just not enough stuff, and a pivot to working on systems. So on the systems that are preventing people accessing labor markets, getting education, having health support, access to social protection, will become much, much more important because these are the systems that can work at scale. The challenge, of course, is how can that be done effectively in fragile states where those systems often, only elements of them exist, although there is learning there. Finally, complexity and uncertainty. Humanitarians tend to have dealt with complexity and uncertainty, I would argue, by trying to reduce it. Trying to reduce the window of what is uncertain. So a lot of that is about new public management. We heard earlier on about, reporting and all of the sort of uncertainty avoidance mechanisms that are required. But also a lot of the stuff about forecasting, prediction, contingency planning, preparedness are all ways of reducing uncertainty, and they're all extremely valuable. But stuff we don't expect is still going to happen, and stuff we didn't plan for. So the other half of that is preparing our organizations to work in an adaptive and flexible manner, which of course we heard very good a call for that in the last panel. And that would be my final point. All of those things, a move to localization, a move to nexus style working, a move to systems thinking and systems working, a move to adaptiveness and flexibility. All of those things are old news. Yeah? These are not new things for the climate crisis. These are things that the climate crisis, basically we can do them and be helpful in a much larger response, or we could not do them and be irrelevant. I think that's probably the choice. Yeah? But all of those things have been around since at least, as suggestions, strong policy suggestions, since the GEA in 1996, the evaluation of the response to the Rwanda. 1996 is a long time ago in climate terms. And we haven't got that amount of time to make those transitions now. So we've got to change the way that we think about doing it, or get off the pot. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Paul. This is very intriguing. And before I invite all of you, the expert audience, please get your questions ready. And this includes, obviously, Gigma and Ahmad. You can also jump into the discussion. I would like to ask one tiny, maybe not so tiny, but one question to Paul. Paul, you have been an expert also, or you have dedicated parts of your career looking into humanitarian change and change management. And if we accept the claim that climate change is going to produce not just more of things, more of disasters, more of floods and heat waves and storms and so on and so forth, but new dynamics with cascading and compound effects, as you have just brilliantly explained. Does this level of uncertainty about how it's going to play out in the end also needs new ways of looking at humanitarian change? Do the models that we have to trigger change management tools are sufficient to face this level of uncertainty?
Shall I respond now?
Yes, please.
Well, I think I didn't know Andrea was going to ask that, but I think you're playing to my strongly held opinions here. The current model is there a current model of humanitarian change? I mean, there's the model in practice, I think, of what works, and then there is a kind of assumption about what ought to work and doesn't. So let's take the second one first. So if we're going to make a change around localization or adaptiveness, why don't we come up with a policy, identify a couple of champions who are going to take that forward in our organization, do a training on it, and expect that everything is going to be different, yeah? Isn't that, that's the way that we do change in the system. And that's the way change never, ever, ever happens anywhere. Yeah. But if you look at all of, 90% of the historical attempts at change, formally, that is how they've happened. But if you look from the other way at what are the things that have changed, and it's not a huge list in the system, I think you find two groups. Mm-hmm. Things that we actually tried to change and wanted to change, the clusters, cash, and so on. Things or changes that were forced upon us, new public management, technological change, things where we were a very small sector and the world just changed and we had to change with it. For the things that happen because we want to change, I think the common denominators are it's multi-sectoral. It's not turned into a thing. It's led by the experience of people working on the ground, making things happen. But the organizations then, their job is not to control it. Their organizations then start to publicize and connect those experiences and put them together. There's information about outcomes, and there's a donor who gets behind it. Mm-hmm. And that constellation of activity seems to be what can help changes to happen. So I think there's, just to sum up, I think there's the thing that we often do about change, as if we kind of know it doesn't work because it never has. And then if we look at the changes that have happened, you start to get a different set of, potentially, of actions that you could take.
Thank you, Paul. So there are a lot of our colleagues here in the audience. Some of them have already taken their seats. Please introduce yourself. Maybe start with Kira here. Introduce yourself, the organization that you are working for, and pose your question, your comment, and engage in the discussion.
Thank you. My name is Kira Fischer. I'm head of advocacy for Action Against Hunger, ACF, in Germany. And I liked, Paul, what you just said about change. And since I'm working on advocacy, you may allow me that I talk a bit more about the political change as well, not just the role of our humanitarian system in it. I think we need to do two things in parallel. And when we talk about multi-sectoral response, for ACF, advocacy is also one of the sectors. And so we need, for sure, the technical operational response. So we need to be more proactive, not just responding. I think we all know that there's a common sense, but we still, for sure, have to get there in mainstreaming early warning systems, closing the gap to anticipatory action. But at the same time, we should also challenge ourselves, especially as big INGOs sitting in the global north, when we look at accountability and who are the biggest polluters causing the human suffering based by climate change already now. And these are, for instance, the G7 member states. And these are at the same time also the biggest bilateral humanitarian donors worldwide, including Germany as the second one in this row. And so I think we also have to see how we address our donor governments in the capitals in the global north, how we challenge them. COP and the Loss and Damage Fund and all the debate around it was already one step forward, still a lot more steps to go. I think we have to be more progressive, provocative, and I know that we don't like, as humanitarians, to talk about rights-based approaches, but when it comes to climate change, probably needs-based is one aspect of it, especially for the response and prevention, but really holding our own governments accountable to invest more in reducing the needs also in the future, but also addressing it now is one big step to take the challenge. And everything, also when we talk about anticipatory action, I think first we need to talk about the gap between early warning systems and anticipatory action. We all talk about anticipatory action like it already exists in every organization and we're all perfect in it and all donors really invest in it. For sure, it's a flagship for the German government, for instance, and the G7 also tried to push it. But there's also, we need some political willingness to address it. I mean, Somalia right now, we know the pictures in the news from 2011, and same things will occur again. But nobody's doing enough to address it right now. So political willingness, political change, accountability of our donor governments in the global north, and this is my last point, and then I make also a little question to our panelists here, sorry, is also what is our role as global north-based, mostly organizations. I think also it is about giving the space in platforms like here or COP, etc., to either our colleagues in country offices, our local partners, or maybe even sometimes if it's not too risky for operations, maybe also activist voices. And we tried, for instance, to bring a colleague of ours from South Sudan to Berlin just 2 months ago, and she got the visa by the German embassy on Monday. Her flight was on Friday. No, she got it on Tuesday, and on Monday she would have spoken here. With WFP and so on about fighting hunger in South Sudan, but it was not possible. At the end, it was a hybrid event, it was okay, but we wanted to bring her in contact with decision makers, with donors, and it was just not possible. So this is, I think, also a challenge for us sometimes, even though we want to give the space, our visa system is sometimes also hindering this exchange in a meaningful way. And my question to the audience is, sorry, not to the panelists, what do you think, what kind of alliances maybe are needed now? because climate change is maybe a different challenge compared to the other ones, or conflict-induced needs, etc. And maybe we have to step out of our comfort zone as humanitarians and have new alliances. So what is your think about that in terms of solidarity and creating change? Thank you.
By incident, I know that you have just recently published an article together with Matthias Söderberg stressing the humanitarian sector to join up in specific circuits with climate activists, for example. So I think that neatly fits, the question fits into this angle. Please, Paul, go ahead.
I just agree with everything you said previously. Oh, not with everything. I'd have, but with the broad trend. Definitely. The issue of loss and damage, I think, is particularly important. I think it's interesting that humanitarians have really not engaged. Some agencies have very, very significantly, but across the board have really not engaged, really didn't engage with it around Glasgow last year, much more maybe this year, but it seems to be such a, there's such a big overlap between the Venn diagram of humanitarian action and the Venn diagram of loss and damage. They're not the same thing, but they are so closely related that to not be engaged in those conversations and to not be, I think, sharing all of the experience we have of what hasn't worked into discussions about loss and damage financing would be a missed opportunity, because we've got quite a lot of lessons, not all of which are positive, about, for example, getting money quickly to first responders. The alliances, I think, I'd be really interested, you said to the audience first, I'd be really interested what people thought, because my sense is it's not a homogenous sector, and not all organizations are going to end up doing the same thing because there's too much to do. Some will be moving into areas of social protection very strongly and systemic work. Some might be moving very strongly into anticipatory humanitarian response work. Some more into advocacy. And I think that's okay, because actually the humanitarian system, such as it is a human construct which was made to deal with certain kind of global realities. The global realities are changing. I think the shape of that system needs to change as well. And so there will be different interlocutors for different organizations depending on where they need to go. But consistently through that, civil society in affected states and the organizations which represent civil society will be a key point. And I think state, where they exist, state social service providers, we will probably need to be and meteorological organizations and other appurtenances of the state will probably need to be much more closely associated with them.
Okay, thank you. I think it's very interesting, and I think it will create more tension if we get more into this question of rights-based versus needs-based approaches. I would like to invite Sonja as an ambassador for the online audience to present what's going on in the chat and include it here in our discussion. Please go ahead, Sonja.
Yes, we have one question on the loss and damage discussion that Kira already pointed to. Saying that when we talk about loss and damage, that it could come up for humanitarian aid. Now that we have at COP27 the Loss and Damage Fund, we also have a German instrument called the Global Shield. But our speaker or our participant, Elisa de Siqueira from Doctors Without Borders, finds that both instruments do not go far enough. And here comes a question, and maybe we can direct it to either Gisma or Ahmad, given that you have also been just with COP and followed the discussions there. So the question goes, how can we make sure that humanitarian aid is not misused for repairing climate-induced loss and damages now and in the future?
Okay. Would you like to respond to that?
Thank you. Is it working?
I think so, yeah.
So, first, success was
not working, I think.
I think it's working. Yeah. Huh? So the first success, I was there at COP, and like we struggled from Pakistan, and so is from the rest of the country, and there were pressure group. So the first success was to put loss and damage on the agenda, because this was the biggest issue, and we all were struggling for that. And at the last day, we heard that like loss and damage fund was established or approved by. Now the detail is in the the devil is in the detail. How we will mechanize it is a bit tricky. And we all need to follow that process up with the support of the German government as well. So the civil society must have a seat in the steering committee so that we know what is going on and where the fund is going. And if it is like from the part of humanitarian or like from the rest of the part, or if it is like just tweaking different funding and like we are dealing with the jargon and like the real thing is not happening. So there is a frustration level that does exist. There are apprehensions. Now as the process will yet start, the principal approval is there. So this is a high time to be on the table and to set the thing right from the beginning. Otherwise, like, I'm not sure that what will happen, but there is a frustration among, like, especially from the developing countries. And there are apprehensions that it may be more northern-centric again. So, yes, we need to assert ourselves. We need to be conscious about the processes. And somehow, if the civil society or the humanitarian actor or the different actor, if they can have a seat, because mostly it will be the government counterparts, what we are expecting. But like if we will have a seat, so that will help us.
Yes. Thank you, Ahmad. I hope we will talk more or get deeper into this discussion also of political action versus humanitarian principles and the leverage of humanitarian actors. Before I want to come to Gigma's presentation, I would like to invite Matthias, who is already prepared to join the discussion. And all of you, please be motivated to get up and just come here to us and discuss with us and pose your questions and comments. Matthias, please introduce yourself and your question.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Matthias Amling from Welthungerhilfe. It's a bit a frustrating discussion, I have to say. I mean, Ahmad, you said frustrating. I agree. We are just coming from another COP, the number 27. It doesn't feel as if it really moves a lot. I mean, yes, we discussed loss and damage, and that's great, but there's so much where we just don't move or have problems even to keep what we have agreed. So that's a frustrating situation, and I would really like ask everyone if we have ideas on how to convey the urgency. I feel we don't, I don't know, we are in a system, we have, I don't know if it's incentive structures, if it is our different systems, we are in organizations, our society, our short-sightedness, but we don't yet feel the urgency enough. Let's discuss how we can change that. That's one point. Secondly, Paul, I completely agree. It's think that it's much broader. It's not a humanitarian issue. It's a issue of first policy coherence. We have all the 2015 agendas of the Sendai framework, disaster risk reduction of Paris, of course the SDGs. All of that has to go hand in hand. We have to find really like the sweet spots where these things like synergetically work together. It's also about all the different actors, and the local society is a very important one of those. They have to have a seat at the right places. We have to involve all the other actors to discuss how we can now deal with the mitigation, with the adaptation, and with the loss and damage. And maybe as a last point, yes, I feel anticipatory action for the humanitarians. That's one of the things we should do more. I also completely agree. It's at the moment a concept that has some political momentum and some experience in the last like 10 years, but it's not mainstreamed. It's not at scale, nothing like that. It is also not the solution for everything. That's also important. Sometimes I feel in these discussions now, it's actually used as a buzzword and as a one-size-fits-all solution. That's not the case. It is one bit of a bigger puzzle, one tool in the toolbox. We need to do the mitigation and the adaptation. We need to do disaster risk reduction. We need to keep building up resilience against climate change impacts. But then there is a window of opportunity where we can do anticipatory action. And there will also be the failures again and again. And I mean, Ahmad will also talk about Pakistan now. And we have also to respond then if we see, okay, we have to be prepared to respond fast and effectively. So I think all of that comes together. But the window of opportunity of anticipatory action is something that we underutilized at the moment, but we also have to understand it. And I felt also yesterday, sometimes we maybe still lack a bit the understanding, we lack a bit of the discussion that we have to have together, how we can meaningfully engage in this area of anticipatory action without just making it another buzzword that at one point no one really wants to discuss again. Yeah. So that's a bit my point. And my question would be really like, how can we convey urgency, and how can we also create stories? We talked yesterday, we need the good stories, we need the narratives of positive change, but also of understanding, making people feel where we are. Thanks.
Thank you, Matthias. I think this is a very good keyword to get to Gigma's presentation, who will speak to the practical challenges and opportunities of anticipatory action. And let's try to memorize your very important question on storytelling and how to really convey the urgency that is necessary to actually engender change. So I would like to invite Gigma now for his input. Dr. Kiswensida Gigma is a climate scientist. He works as a technical advisor for the Red Cross and Red Crescent Climate Center. Is based in Burkina Faso, in Ouagadougou at the moment. And he is particularly interested in anticipatory action for the humanitarian sector. He has contributed to the development of triggers and actions for flood, drought, cold wave and heat waves in anticipatory action programs in Africa and the Middle East. Please, Gigma, we are very delighted to have you here. Please join us with your input.
Thank you very much, and hi everyone. I'm sorry I could not make it to Berlin, even if inside of myself I'm not so sorry given the weather that you're experiencing there. This said, I think as our previous participant raised it, it is important to kind of understand what anticipatory action is and where it sits within the disaster risk reduction continuum, actually. So, of course, we also have mitigation, we also have adaptation, etc. But we're just talking about the disaster risk reduction continuum and where anticipatory action fits in it. Maybe I'm not sure what is the level of technicality of the audience, but basically anticipatory action is just a mechanism that allows humanitarian funding to be used to take actions within a certain window of time before a certain hazard occurs. And this is based on a scientific forecast, which should have a skillful information. I can just take a basic example. Assume that we know that in the Horn of Africa, for example, the upcoming March to May season. This is very likely. We know that by forecast that it is going to be a significantly below normal rainfall season. Then we can already start taking actions rather than waiting until it happens and then we just do response. So this is what anticipatory action is. And in terms of where it sits within the disaster risk reduction continuum, you have preparedness activities which are taken long in advance. We know that, for example, we have a region which is prone to droughts, to flood, etc. So we should be sort of prepared to act when a certain situation is imminent. This is basically preparedness. And then we have early response. Actually, once the disaster happens, when the crisis starts, what do we do? This is early response. Then we can have a longer-term response, recovery, and adaptation later. So anticipatory action actually comes in within the time period between preparedness and early response. This is actually to say, just as like the previous participant said, it's not going to solve everything. It is just a new opportunity within the humanitarian sector, but it just comes within a certain window of opportunity. We are not going to solve all of the issues that we have around climate change with anticipatory action. Now, in terms of maybe the challenges that we have in terms in the anticipatory action, there are quite a lot. We cannot list all of them. I'll just take the main ones here. It is, first of all, one thing which maybe the West still doesn't know is that for many hazards, we still lack evidence of the impacts. And I'm talking about hazards like heat waves, for example, in the global south. When we take the tropical countries, apart from a few countries in Asia, like Pakistan, India, where there is evidence, there is strong evidence of heat wave impact. Elsewhere, the evidence is not that strong. And as a result, these sort of hazards can go just like silent killers. There is a strong potential to do actions for them because actually we have a good predictability of these sorts of hazards. But unfortunately, there is no political will to go to that simply because there is no strong evidence of the impacts. The impacts are there, but since they are not documented, we cannot do much in terms of anticipatory action. This can be a certain challenge to anticipatory action in many conflicts. In parallel to that, we can also have some hazards, some disasters whose impact is really important, but this can be hidden by let's say, higher priority disasters. When you have conflict happening in a certain area, for example, even if floods are quite obvious in terms of impact, even if droughts are quite obvious in terms of impact, the number one priority for the communities living there is to survive until the next day, not even the next season, but just the next day. So as a result, it would be quite challenging to take anticipatory action in that context. This is something to be also aware of. There is a sort of multi-hazard scenario, which is unfortunately growing. Unfortunately, we have many more regions that are kind of impacted by this situation, and this kind of hamper the rollout of anticipatory action to save lives and to save properties. There is also, and I think what other participants actually raised, that there is this gap between early warnings and anticipatory action. Many institutions and many political leaders still believe that it is enough to just have the warning, to just know that, as I said initially, in March, April, and May of next year, we are going to have a drought in the Horn of Africa. This, for some institutions, is enough, but this is not enough. When we have the information and we sit on it, we do not make any use of it. We do not build on the opportunity that it is giving us. And we need to kind of work on that. We don't want to have the information and not be able to act based on it. There is also the issue of institutionalization. Institutionalization and also localization. This talks again to one point I raised earlier. It is the issue of priorities. Of course, with some governments, with some regional governments, they are not aware of the need to take the lead in anticipatory action. When a certain humanitarian organization like OCHA, like WFP, or even the Red Cross, they get to a certain country, they already have a set of ideas on how they're going to implement anticipatory action, what is the agenda, etc. This might not be in agreement with some of the government priorities. They also may have their own agenda on anticipatory action, but since there is not a good dialogue with these funders, there is a potential challenge when it comes to the implementation. Because likely those who have the money will go ahead and implement whatever they want. The governments, which generally do not have the resources, will always take on it. But inside of their policies, you will feel like this does not fit very nicely. And this is also something to correct. And maybe one thing to also add is the need for capacity building for both the civil society and also the technical services, the government services in so many places across the world. Unfortunately, we have a civil society which wants to be more involved in climate discussions. They know about adaptation, they know about mitigation, etc. But when it comes to more specific, or let's say new mechanisms such as anticipatory action, which are quite obvious in terms of the fruits that they can be, they're still not aware of that. So we need to build the capacity of this civil society in terms of leadership so that they can influence the policies, especially at the local level. And also, I said, we also need to kind of improve the technical capacity of the government institutions. And in that, I'm thinking of the meteorological and hydrometeorological services in so many places where they still think that the objective is just to collect climatological data. We need to go beyond that. They also need to leave their comfort zone to kind of make use of the forecast to influence decision-making in their respective areas. I think I will stop here. I can still be talking for the rest of the time, but I think we need to have a discussion around what has been presented and also maybe what your concerns may be. If you think maybe that something has not been covered, it's quite good to kind of discuss that. So with that, I will hand over and I'm happy to take any question.
Thank you, Gingma. And please feel free to leave your microphone on and jump into the discussion and at any time. So I think this was very much setting the record straight in many terms on anticipatory action, what it actually means in practice, and where it has to develop to be actually an on-site tool. I found it very much striking that you've mentioned the lack of evidence in many respects, which kind of also relates a little bit to what we have discussed earlier, that we have to think about, or the humanitarian sector has to think about also alliances with climate activists, but also with climate scientists that need to be streamlined in a better way. There are a lot of operational organizations on site here, so and I guess also online. So I would actually be very interested in hearing reflections from operational organizations, also with regards to questions of own agendas of governments vis-a-vis anticipatory action. So please, the floor is yours. That refers to our panelists on stage as much as the ones in the fishbowl. Please go ahead. I saw that other people are already approaching the discussion. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, of course. My name is Markus Geisser. I'm working for the International Committee of the Red Cross, the ICRC, of course. Maybe a couple of questions, yes? And again, and you're all familiar with the ICRC calls about climate change, of course, affecting everyone, but there are some people who, of course, are affected more than others, yes, and these are the people in fragile conflict zones, and our first panelist very briefly highlighted that, and the last one, as far as I could understand as well. So just maybe would like to have your based on your research and your experience, we know the figures, 274 million in humanitarian need, according to OCHA. The ICRC plays 274 million, yes. The ICRC plays around with a term of 66 million people living in areas controlled by non-state armed groups, rebels, insurgents, etc. So based on your experience, has climate-sensitive action been hampered by political reasons, due to political reasons? Yes, that, and the last panelist mentioned governments sitting on information and data that, for example, we actually will see, or maybe see already, not for the first time, the non-respect of humanitarian principles, yes. That certain areas may not be covered, yes, by climate-sensitive humanitarian action because these people live in the wrong area. My first question, and there may be a very practical question, and maybe it has already happened, and please enlighten us. Displacement. Are you aware of situations where governments have taken the decision to move people from certain, let's say, non-livable areas? I'm not a specialist, yes, and then what is a non-livable area due to climate change? How is this defined? And then asking humanitarian organizations to help and assist. And what is your advice? Because if you think of all the humanitarian principles we know very well, you can get into a real problem here, yes, so you actually force people to move due to climate change reasons. Yes. So what is your advice for organizations? And I stop here. I had another question about anticipatory action, but I can ask it later.
Okay, maybe Gigma, is there anything in this question that resonates with your practical challenges of your everyday work? I think Marcos has spoken a lot to what is termed otherwise the conflict climate nexus and political agendas behind it. What are your thoughts on those things, Gigma?
Yeah, this is actually one of the most complicated settings when it comes to climate nexuses. I think regarding, first of all, the conflict areas, we at the Red Cross Climate Center we have a team specially focusing on that question. And what we have unfortunately realized is what you said. Within the Red Cross movement, we have a lot of anticipatory action programs in many countries, some of them being in conflict settings. And unfortunately, the situation is that, of course, populations which are in conflict zones are also the most vulnerable to climate change. Unfortunately, for these populations, it's not always the case that the anticipatory action programs can reach out to them. Often, what has been tried to be done is to liaise with ICRC. Those who do not know, ICRC is maybe the conflict branch of the Red Cross movement. It is to liaise with with ICRC to see if they can kind of implement the actions for the benefit of these communities. However, ICRC itself doesn't have access to all the areas in some countries. And as a result, there are some people that have been left behind of the climate actions. What are the solutions? This can be quite political, so I don't think I have the answer to that, but the observation is clear. We are leaving many people behind who suffer a lot from climate change impacts, both in the short and long term, but this is simply due to the political situation. Mm-hmm. Now, in terms of maybe the displacements, there is actually an even more complicated nexus between climate, conflict, and migration and displacements. This is quite evident in some places, but in some other, it is less so. And we know that it also depends on the climate hazard, which is driving this nexus. When you have a region which is becoming more and more drought-prone, for example, this will force people out of their places, out of the natural places, to go into greener places where they can still do, farming, livestock keeping, etc., etc. This, in general, would lead to some form of conflict, especially with the host communities, because there will be a competition, more competition for the resources which are diminishing by the week. So this is something which is observed, and it is true. Now, the only concern is that actually they also, at the international level, there are also this trend at easily relating everything to climate change. Easily, they will say that we have this conflict here, which is actually due to the fact that climate change has done a lot in terms of diminishing the resources for the communities. This will lead them to conflict. But actually, this is not always true, because what is not often said is that climate change is also having some relatively positive impacts in some places. This can be very localized. In some places like the West African Sahel, for example, you have seen that there is a regreening. Let's say the vegetation is improving. Of course, we still have lots of climate issues like floods, for example. But overall, the situation is, in terms of rainfall, the situation is improving. So if we still want to kind of link up the conflict which is taking place with climate change, it might be false. And if we make a false diagnostic of the situation, the solutions are also going not to work. So we need to make sure what exactly is the nexus between conflict, migration, and climate, and this will depend on each region. This is a really specific situation to each area of the world which needs to be explored.
Thank you, Guigma. I think this touched upon a very, very important point of the conflict climate and migration nexus that I feel, or in my studies on that, humanitarian actors have not been as involved as might be necessary, connected to also those political and advocacy questions that we have discussed before. Before I would like to invite Ahmad to give his input. There has been another point that is about to be raised, so please share your thoughts.
Thank you. I'm Fan Mantasang from the CEDAC network, and CEDAC is communicating a disaster-affected community set up 12 years ago, and I think that point is kind of important to state is that one of the issues looking over the course of this is that a lot of humanitarian action, specifically humanitarian action when it comes to climate change, is reactive. And it's also based on principles, very much based on a short environmental disaster, as in storms or earthquake or conflict. And it's designed to intervene and leave the place as it was when they arrived. Now, the problem with humanitarian action is, with climate change, is not going to return the way it was. It's going to get worse, increasingly worse. So I think, is it possible the humanitarian system and its funding procedures could ever change to adapt to the fact that it's actually not a response. It is not a reactive, like a firefighter working in. It's going to change. The other point I want to ask was about engagement. We're talking about good stories, let people in the North know, global North know this is funding the stories. But also there is, we work in a lot of engagement. There is in the preparatory, is there enough communication letting people know in the areas that a change is coming and it's permanent and explained? A lot of the explanations and discussions are in scientific terms, which are very accurate, but not very well understood by people outside of those circles. So there's definitely an issue there about, and where we work about, again, in community engagement, preparedness going forward, it's humanitarian funding is limited, time-bound, but development funding comes from a different area quite often from donors, and it comes from a different funding which doesn't include engagement. The two don't work together, and then you've got to decide it's humanitarian, it's a development, and all the structures we have tend to have these different demarcations based on the world will return the way it was after the disaster is over. And preparedness itself is preparedness for a certain time-bound events, rather than maybe, and it's politically difficult, the event is permanent and people have to move. And this raises the spectra, as they say, not my word, but people say, in the discussion there, the worry of migration, which is an absolute part of this when it comes to information about preparedness to the communities that are affected. A lot of this may be you have to move.
Yeah. Definitely. I think this is a good cue to invite Ahmad for his input, because I think he will speak to many of the points that have just been raised, and then we open the floor again for all the people having queued up. Muhammad Ahmad is the chairperson of the National Humanitarian Network in Pakistan. Since 2008, he works also as the executive director of the Initiative for Development and Empowerment Access IDEA, like we have heard earlier today. He is an advocate for localization of humanitarian action and regularly contributes to UN strategic policies and plans. He represents the Pakistani civil society in various national and international fora, meetings with governments, UN agencies, and donors. He has deep knowledge and experience of working in previous emergencies in Pakistan, a country severely affected by climate change. Please, we are very welcome.
First of all, thanks for invitation. I'm a people's representative, so like I may be politically incorrect and maybe blunt, so I'll be sharing some failures and some success stories from Pakistan, as well as the problem we are facing as local actors there, as a civil society. I'm from the background, like Pakistan is currently facing a complex situation. We have a fallout of like Afghanistan crisis. So we were already hosting 1.5 million refugees already, and since 2000 last year, we received more. And we are receiving the impact of in some of our areas where we are hit by the flood as well. So it's like a security situation over there, and there is like a flood situation. We are receiving the impact of Ukraine crisis because 40% of our wheat was to be imported from. And recently, we received a huge flood, a flood that affected 1/3 of the whole country. 33 million people affected, 1,700 killed, thousands injured, million plus livestock killed, 13,000 kilometer road washed away, 413 bridges washed away, and hundreds of our like health facilities washed away. And at the same time, we are facing the impact of the COVID on our economy. So like our economy is not in a good shape, as well as there is a political crisis coupled with the rest of the thing. So this is the context we have been operating. I'm representing National Humanitarian Network. National Humanitarian Network has been established prior ahead than the Grand Bargain. It has been established in 2010 by the local NGOs. So it's a very indigenous network of the local NGOs present at district level, and then they elect their provincial chapter, and then they elect their national. So it's a very democratic and dynamic. And we are running this network since 2010, 99% volunteer basis. So like, it was decided initially that if we will be donor funded, so we may got influence. So let's do it. So far so good. And then we were part of the Grand Bargain, and afterward, the localization discussion started. We were part of it. Since then, though there is a frustration after so many years of discussion, only 2% funding is going to the local actor. So this is the reality of she is advocating for the Grand Bargain, which is good. It's a good platform. At least there is a momentum, there is a dialogue. But when it comes to the concrete action, everything you need to measure in the in the financial terms, so only 2% against 25%. This is like how we are changing, how slow we are changing. And now on the climate change. In the COP, in the 26, there was a lot of talk. In 27, yes, fund has been established and there are a lot of commitment. But we need actions because we are dealing with the lives of the people, the livelihood of the people. We have to rescue them. Time is very much critical in all this paradigm. And we are not realizing it. Everyone is saying we need years and years and years and years to change. Yes, understandable. Like, but is it needed? Is it required that every time we will hit by either Ukraine crisis or by the flood or by something else to get us change? Or we need to be proactive in bringing that change? This is the problem of this sector, and this is the problem not of the humanitarian sector, it's the problem of everyone for here. It's the problem of the government, it's the problem of the donor agency, it's the problem of the UN agencies as well. Huh? But there is a quite disconnect between the humanitarian and development actors. There is no nexus. Now we are working on like the stabilization and the rest of the thing, but like there is a quite disconnect. OCHA is coming and then like they are leaving things and like UNDP is coming and like we have to deal with different actors. We, the local actors, are present at the ground. We are feeling the heat. Most of the time we got affected. We are from the community. So recently, I can give you good example, practical example from like the recent experience of the flood. We got hit by the flood in June. The first appeal was launched on 19th August for 160 million. In September, and it was out for 5 million people out of 33 million. Just imagine. And only 160 million. And in September, when we checked the FTS, so only 38 million were committed. So let me put it. Timeliness is very much important. If you have identified you are in need of the support in June, and if you are receiving the fund even if less in September, and if it will go into action after 2 months in November, so this system needs 5 to 6 months to translate the pledges into action. And then we realize, and we launch a second appeal about like 816 million. And right now, the commitment is 170 million. And meanwhile, our report has been launched for the detailed need assessment, and it was like, it is by the World Bank and ADB and the UNDP, all the stakeholders were involved, government. It is $30 billion worth losses. And how the world is reacting, 160 million or 70 million after 5 months. So this is not an encouraging situation, by the way. Huh? Now, how we are managing it? Like, we have managed the initial 2 months with the community support, with the philanthropy, with the funding from the diaspora. But like soon, like it is the first response. But like after a month, they got exhausted. And there are like a lot of other issues on the media. So we need to reduce this time off. If we cannot increase the funding, we need to think how effectively and efficiently we are utilizing that fund. I was not satisfied with my answer to the participants, so let me quote an example. I was in negotiation with 2 donors for this flood response, for the humanitarian funding. And they said, okay, we allocated 15 million to flood response. It will come to Pakistan. I said and they said 55 million, I will not name, but we allocated for the climate adaptation for Pakistan. So that's how the humanitarian funding is. If someone is at the ventilator and you are saying, okay, we will build a hospital for you, it will not work. Yes, they need emergency response. And yes, hospital is very much important. And to deal with the root causes is very much important. But time determine when to respond, how to respond. So this is. And meanwhile, as we were facing our communities, they are expecting from us. So we reached out to different stakeholders, especially our lead organization, our donor agencies, and to the UN. And we have been hearing all these challenges from the donor. So we established Ready Pakistan. This is one of the success stories I can quote here. Resilience, Ready means resilient, ensuring early action to disaster around the year. This is an acronym. With the support of the START network. So we established this hub so that we can resolve that issue that the donor cannot fund thousands and thousands and thousands of NGO. But so now we have a mechanism. We have established mechanism. And GFFO is the first donor. Let me thank them. They have allocated around 4 million through WHH. Let me thank them as well for the anticipatory action for the disaster risk financing to Pakistan. And for their flexibility, we requested them that, okay, the fund is for anticipatory action, but now we are very much in response. So they were kind enough that they said, okay, you can use it for the response. So we quickly utilized. In 72 hours, the fund was utilized for the flood response, 1.2 million. So we have now mechanism. We have set model. We are acting what we want the other actor to act like. We have now our own ball game. We are coming up with the example, with the solution for the sector. Please study these models. And if you like it, scale it up. Replicate it in other countries. Because Pakistan is the first hub, and whereby 60% are the local organization, 40% are like the international. So it is not like only localization. It is much more of the coexistence. It is much more of the co-creation of a balanced humanitarian ecosystem, whereby the government is there, whereby the INGOs are there, whereby the local NGOs are there, and we are now involving the community. And on localization, let me tell you, climate change need climate sciences to be integrated in our system and approaches. So it's not only localization, it's the climate science is very much important to be integrated. So we consulted very well-known universities like Reading University from UK to help us developing these models. So this is one of the success story. And we established this country-based pool fund to have a joint decision-making, to have a joint monitoring system by the stakeholder, government is involved. This is one. The second thing I want to mention, and that is also with the support of the GFFO through, we have different organizations here like WHH, Caritas, DKH, and Malteser. They have started a program together. Together means like towards greater effectiveness and humanitarian action. And we established HOEFA, Humanitarian Operation and Innovative Funds Facility. So whereby we have free financing and the local organization, they can utilize that funding according to the need for response and preparedness. Now coming to the anticipatory action. We developed anticipatory action trigger for 3 hazards in Pakistan. It was flood, heat wave, and drought. 4 times we were successful. With this flood, it couldn't trigger because we developed the triggers on the Indus-based river system, on the river system in Pakistan. And there was a heavy rain in the drought area because of the climate change. So we were not expecting that. And like it was 700% more rain as compared to the routine rain. So we were not expecting that. And no scientific model indicated that as well. So let's, as Paul said, let's expect the unexpected and be prepared for the surprises. So we can have a window for 10 to 15%, and we need not to mix anticipatory action for preparedness and climate fund for like the humanitarian funding or for humanitarian. We need not to be in this very diplomacy. We need to be clear. And we need to have a clear dialogue. And we need not to play with the jargon like localization. We have been, now we are sick of it. Literally. It should be locally led adaptation. Localization is like you are imposing this localization. It should be locally led action with the support of international organization and the scientists like we have in the panel. Sorry for taking a lot of time. Thanks.
I think the time you took was very, very well spent. Thank you so much for pointing out to what works, what doesn't work, and for painting the picture of what happens if it doesn't work, like we have just seen in Pakistan. I think there's a lot of things people that it resonates with people's considerations and reflections, and I think what you have just mentioned is especially the aspect of, first of all, multi-stakeholder views in difference to just, opting always for one, let's call it buzzwords, may it be localization or may it be the nexus or other aspects that are discussed on one level and don't really trickle down the way they are supposed to trickle down in practice. And the other aspect is time, I think. A lot of things that all 3 panelists have mentioned, that is the question of the time frames that we think, the time that we need to respond, but also the time that we project things to happen in the future. So with this, I would like to open a discussion, and please, all the panelists, feel free to jump in as well. I would like to give the word to Ole, and then everyone else, please, and also all of you, feel free. And if you don't want to say anything, please make room for others.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Ole from Caritas Germany. Muhammad, thank you very much for these urgent words, and I hope they remain disruptive and intrusive within our minds. Thank you very much. I think whatever we invent, might it be concept like loss and damage, the shield, or approaches like anticipatory action, it will never happen is that all people will be protected from the multiple dangers and risk from the climate crisis. because it's not only the loss of life, but also the loss of livelihood, the loss of home, and the loss of cultural heritage. So the vision that all people will be protected from the climate crisis will never happen, no matter which technical instruments we will invent in humanitarian action. Second, no matter how much money we will spend, not all people will be protected from the climate crisis. There's already a huge lack of funding for the current humanitarian needs, and up to 80% of the humanitarian funding needs to be distributed in conflict settings. So no matter how much money we will spend, we will not be able to protect all people from the dangers of climate crisis. And we cannot even tell how much it costs to cover the loss of the harvest, like in Pakistan. I mean, how much of the harvest, of the corn harvest, was just destroyed by the flood. So it's just out of our mind. And on the contrary, I don't know, humanitarian budget or development budget are under fire. You know, there's cut like next year in the BMZ next year. Probably there will be a 10% cut. You know, we also have more internal issues in Germany, and the first budget which will be under fire is then for the international assistance. So it's a wide, difficult dynamic right now. So my question is, or my comment is, would it not be a humanitarian conduct to advocate for a debt relief or a debt cut for many, many countries? To say that the debts, which are there since many, many decades, should be cut. The 55 countries most affected from the climate crisis are critical in debt. Many climate funds are delivered through debt, pushing countries into new circles of debt dependencies and so on and so forth. The debt, the historical debts, and the climate crisis has something to do with us, sitting in Berlin, sitting in Brussels, sitting in New York, and so on and so forth.
Yes.
Quoting an Oxfam blog, people are so poor and maybe also so vulnerable to the climate crisis, not because we give too little, but maybe we also take too much from countries like this. So we are not givers of humanitarian action, but we are still takers. So my question just in this round is to maybe to make a relevant point for people's in need and also for the advocacy to Berlin, Brussels, and Washington to say, do we need to advocate for a debt relief or debt cut for countries affected by the climate crisis?
Yeah, sure.
This was one of the agenda. This was what we know the global situation. So we came up in the COP with the solutions. That okay, if this cannot be financed, and this was the Pakistan flood was very much acknowledged by the UN General Secretary as a climate crisis and by the rest of the stakeholders. So we said that a debt payment can be cancelled, or at least defer it, because more than 50% of our budget is going in the debt payments every year, and this is a big issue. So now, if you are not supporting us, at least the good thing is to cancel it. But if you are not canceling it, at least defer it for a few years, so that we can invest that money for the humanitarian response as well as for like the early recovery and rehabilitation and construction. So this is what we like. There is a frustration. It was time and again acknowledged by the General Secretary, UN General Secretary at the COP and by other stakeholders, but we haven't yet received any positive response from the globe. That's the problem. We are not asking for cash. We are asking for facilitation, for at least to defer that. On the question of, yes, everyone cannot be covered. But like if you are pledging that we are covering this much people or this much needs, do it timely. Because they will be ticked by the other that, okay, this stakeholder is taking responsibility of this much funding, so I can go somewhere else. and the people affected will be on the wait for months and months and months. And they will not be receiving any assistance from other because so this is a very operational issue right now we are facing. That, okay, there are pledges, but they are not being translated into commitment. And if commitment, yet it is taking a lot of time to the donor to transfer the fund to the country level. And it will take a bit of time, maybe months, for the UN agencies, who are the prime recipient of, to translate that into action. So, effectivity can be increased. If the funding cannot be increased, efficiency can be increased, effectivity can be increased. That was my.
Thank you so much, Ahmad. And I would like to invite Patrick and Marie to pose their questions before, because we don't have so much time anymore. There's so much to say. After that, I would like to invite our three panelists for a brief final statement of their key points they want to convey to our audience now. But maybe we collect the comments of Patrick and Marie. Please introduce yourself to the audience and to the online audience.
I'm Patrick Hamadi from Humedica, a small but global NGO here in Germany, and we've been in Pakistan the last 17 years. Yeah. My comments are just related to the title, if climate change is an accelerator for humanitarian change. I think that is already happening to a certain extent. That is already happening. But I have some points which I would like to share related to what was shared yesterday. Somebody mentioned yesterday, we in the humanitarian have this thing of coming into a place, putting things like on a Christmas tree, putting all the tags on a Christmas tree. But I would like to say that when I look at climate change and the changes that we require in the humanitarian, I would even more qualify that we need a bit of integrated change, proactive integrated change in the humanitarian, the way we do business. What do I mean by this? I think we are in a time when we have all literatures that you can think of in the humanitarian spheres, and now there's this climate change which is going to come up with its own markers. So with the Climate Fund, it's going to come up with its own markers. So if we don't really consider an integrated change, there's going to be, again, a plethora, so many things coming up which we will be speaking a highly complicated language, even within ourselves, before we speak to the others. That's one thing that I think that is important. The other point that I think related to what has been shared on debt relief, debt postponement, and just generally on our own standard, depending on the context, I think there needs to be certain element of waivers. The earlier session, there was a lot of talk on what is happening in Ukraine, coming up with so many things. I think if we have certain waivers, in order to be more effective in delivery of aid, that would be something that would be also important. The last point, coming to Pakistan, I think the issue now is not so much to talk about capacity building, but capacity exchange and capacity recognition. Pakistan has responded very effectively to the crisis that has happened within its own capacity, okay? So there's an issue of, there's been a learning lessons if you look at 2010 and now, the response in Pakistan. So there's that capacity exchange that we should be having more conversation around and capacity recognition to manage these disruptions that will continue to come. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I think Marie has drawn back from her comments, so I would like to spend the last minute. I think we can overstretch maybe 1 or 2 minutes our limit. I hope for that matter to invite you for your final statements. Maybe starting with Ahmad and then Gigma and Paul to what was spoken, but also to your.
Yeah,
main points.
I would like to respond to that capacity issue.
Yeah.
This is also a very tricky part of the in this very game. It's the local organization basically that are acting as a primary school for the humanitarian and the development actor. But as we don't have equitable salaries packages, so like when we graduate them, they are joining either INGOs or UN agencies. And then they are saying they don't have the capacity. So because of that, we need to be there as an intermediary. And there are a lot of change, a lot of layers of the intermediary. I don't know how many, like from the Ukraine we heard. And then billions of dollars has been spent on the capacity building. And when we build the capacity of our colleagues, again, they were offered good packages, and we cannot retain that capacity. So it's very easy. If you will give us equitable salaries, everyone would like to be at his hometown. Huh? So we can retain that. It's not a matter of capacity strengthening, it's a matter of packages. If INGO, if UN can hire an expert, why not we? We can hire them as well, if we will be able to pay them. On the compliances issue, and let me give you a good example now. In the flood, from the very beginning, it was the local NGOs. We conducted RNA with the technical support of OCHA, but we deployed 200 plus professionals to conduct the RNA, the rapid need assessment, voluntarily. More than 50 vehicles voluntarily. When the RNA was conducted and we launched an appeal, the funding is now coming to the UN agencies. And it will come to the local organization after a lot. But this is one. Recently, we have a due diligence process by the START network with the support of FCDO for 30 organizations. And mostly fall in tier 3, like the top slot. It was not a due diligence conducted by a Pakistani firm, by the international firm. 300 questions were there in the list. And our organization qualified. It does mean that if the donor will come up, if the ECHO will come up, if the German government will come up with the standardized due diligence process, we can qualify that. We will judge ourselves and we will graduate ourselves to that level. It is not only for direct funding. It is for the quality funding as well. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, it is we who are implementing the project on the ground. So we need to comply with the global standard, and we want to. But there is no standardized system by the donor. And we request Germany to leverage its influence, at least to, in the European Union, to come up with the standardized due diligence, to at least to have a minimum standard of global compliances. So we will then do our capacity strengthening in whatever way, but we will try to qualify that. We recently, one of our members got elected as a board member of the core humanitarian standard, and recently 16 organizations passed that certification from. So we are doing on our part. Capacity strengthening should not be used as for the political economy in this sector anymore.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ahmad, for those very to-the-point comments.
Well, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. There's so many things that have been said that maybe we can talk about in the break because they're really interesting. I think my overall reflection on some of the conversations that we've had is, first of all, I was very glad that Gizmo brought up the point about West Africa and the change in precipitation. I think we can be extremely apocalyptic about this, and we need to be quite careful to look at what the actual problems for which there is a scientific basis, rather than sort of some kind of Hollywood horror story. Having said that, it's also true that the climatic conditions in which we are in are climatic conditions which have never obtained in human history before.
Yep.
Yeah? The last time the climate was like this, Homo sapiens was exclusively in Africa. There was no civilization. There was no agriculture. So everything that we know is changing and is going to continue to change. Which brings me to that rather marvelous Christmas tree. You know, we've got everything is changing around us. The whole environment in which we're working is changing. And I think we've got to kind of get beyond the idea of thinking that we're going to hang a couple of climate balls on the tree. Yeah, because new balls are not going to do it. We've got a new tree. And that's really what we need to be working on. What does that mean, briefly? I think it means we need to primarily get used to the idea that humanitarianism is a tiny fragment of everything that is going to have to go on. And we've got to get much better at playing nicely with all the real power players who are going to be engaging in this. And the point about financing and credit and forgiveness of debt and all of the financial instruments, you know, we need to understand those better. So playing as a minor partner will be a difficult but necessary part of the transformation I feel that we probably need to make. And that will mean changing some of our basic assumptions. It might mean changing assumptions about the meaning of migration, and is migration actually a good in some cases rather than a bad thing, and what does that mean for us? It will definitely, I think, mean changing our assumptions about climate is this thing and conflict is that thing. You know, and we've got humanitarian money, which is only for. If you ask, there have been attempts for already to identify on the ground climate migrants and conflict migrants, and you can imagine how effective that has been. Yeah, it's ridiculous. So need is need, and so I think we need to rethink that, and then over that rethinking, as I say, I think we've got to. If we're going to be useful, there will have to be changes about who, where, when, and how we work. But the great thing is, every single organization that I've been working with around climate change has got some of those changes in it somewhere. Yeah? There might just be in one country program. It might just be an idea about how they do shelter so that it can, you know, but the changes are latent. They are actually there. So it's about ramping that stuff up, I would suggest.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you so much. As we are running not only a little bit, but massively over time, I would like to give also Gigma a last chance for final statements before we close the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think I will try to be very short as I need to rush into a meeting that started about 10 minutes ago. I think what I would say is that anticipation is really key here. It is our best opportunity to prevent the loss of lives, the loss of properties, etc., because we have the opportunity to decrease the exposure. So definitely we should be advocating more for that, but we need to have, one, the scientific evidence of it. So we need, as the previous speaker said, to build more evidence, and it is science that's going to provide this evidence. And we need to associate the local actors more, not just like implementing actors, but we need to have them from the start. They need to design or to co-design everything which is being planned for them from the start. Otherwise, it is sure that we are going to miss on a lot. And of course, we need more political will. And by political will, I think there is a need for leaders from the global south to be more active rather than waiting to kind of suggestions from the south. They can be more proactive and make the right suggestions at these global platforms for their own communities. I think these are three keys that can help us, let's say, improve the conditions the humanitarian conditions faced with climate change. With that, I thank you and I hand over.
Thank you so much, Gigma, and thank you, Muhammad Ahmad, Paul Knox-Clark, and Dr. Kishwansita Gigma for this very intriguing and indicative points. I thank the audience for their patience. We have run over time. I'm very much aware of this, but also our actions are a little bit, with regard to climate change, it's a little, we are running over time with our actions. So I think it's a little bit, a little bit fitting. My last word would be, let's take those comments and reflections raised here to, especially here in Berlin, let us not allow to be frustrated about because we should be the last persons to be frustrated about that. Let's get into action and let's do things and let's start. And please stay in contact. Thank you so much for all your great input.
Hello, everyone. May I ask you to take your seats for those who are here in person so that we could start? A very warm welcome to everyone, to those who are online, those who have just joined the conference. And I'm very happy to welcome you to this panel discussion on gender transformative humanitarian action and humanitarian principles. I'm Goda Milashut. I work as a research fellow at the Center for Humanitarian Action, and it is my great pleasure to moderate the session today. Before we start, for those who have just joined us, I would like to say that there is a live captioning function, not only here in the room, but also on Zoom. It can be accessed either directly in the Zoom as subtitles or by opening a separate window in your browser. And you should be able to find the link to the live captioning function in the Zoom chat. Thank you so much for your interest in this topic, a topic which might not always be discussed, but which I think often stays at the back of our heads. And in the recent decades, a lot of progress has been made with regard to gender in humanitarian action. And if we're talking about the humanitarian transformation, which is the topic of this conference, gender transformation could and probably should be part of this humanitarian transformation. At the same time, the call for humanitarian action to become more gender transformative worries those who perceive gender transformation as going beyond the humanitarian mandate. Does it, though? So in this panel, we would like to discuss what gender transformation actually means, how it relates to humanitarian principles such as humanity, impartiality, neutrality, independence, and doing no harm, whose definitions of gender transformation and of the principles count, and what could be the ways forward with respect to gender transformation in humanitarianism. And to discuss this, we have two wonderful experts, one on-site and one online, who I would like to introduce now. So first, I would like to present Dr. Maria Alavde, who is here on stage with me. Maria is a scientist, researcher, and executive director of Women Now for Development, which is the largest women's rights organization delivering services inside Syria and the neighboring countries. Besides offering safe spaces, protection, and empowerment programs, Women Now is a leading organization in feminist knowledge production and gender justice. In March 2016, Maria received the Award of Feminine Success in France, and in May 2016, together with Women Now, she received the Award of Delivering Lasting Change for Commitment to Justice and Dignity from CARE International. Thank you so much for being here today, Maria. Also, a very warm welcome to April Pham, who is joining us online. April is a senior gender advisor and the head of gender unit at the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, or UN OCHA. April has over 25 years of experience in social justice, human rights, gender equality, and the prevention and response to gender-based violence in development and humanitarian settings. Prior to joining OCHA, April was a senior gender advisor for the Interagency Standing Committee, where she provided strategic interagency support to humanitarian coordinators and country teams in humanitarian situations in Myanmar, Fiji, the Pacific, Ukraine, Turkey, Syria cross-border, Yemen, Sudan, South Sudan, and at the global level in Geneva, Switzerland. Earlier in her career, April was a youth worker and women's rights advocate in the NGO sector, as well as worked for the state government in Australia on policy prevention and legislative reforms on issues of violence against women. Welcome, April, and thank you for being here to share your knowledge and experiences with us. Before we start our discussion, I would like to mention and apologize that because of the time constraints, unfortunately, we won't have a Q&A part in this session. However, if you are on Twitter or on LinkedIn, you are very much encouraged to share your impressions there using the hashtag CHA22. For the audience on-site, you might have found pinboard cards on where you are seated, on your seats. So our idea is to ask you to write your main takeaway from the session, or takeaways, if you have more, and pin it to the board that you can find in the lobby. So afterwards, this will help us to include your perspectives in the overview of this conference. Also, for our online audience, please keep your camera and microphone turned off during the session. And lastly, I would like to mention that this event will be recorded and can be later accessed on YouTube. I think these were all the practical aspects, so let's dive into our conversation. And I would like to first ask you, April, to provide us with an overview of what we can understand under the term gender transformation, how this approach is different from gender-sensitive or gender-responsive approaches. And in the second part of your answer, maybe you could talk about how, in your view, gender transformation relates to humanitarian principles like humanity, neutrality, impartiality, independence, and doing no harm. Over to you, April.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be joining Maria again for this discussion. It's actually quite timely. I'm joining you from Nairobi, where I've just concluded 2 weeks of training for staff of OCHA, in particular those who have gender focal points in their roles and responsibilities. And of course, you know, we should all be gender focal points. But it's important to have somebody in the organization that is tasked to follow up some of these issues. I'm excited to be joining the conversation because I do think the humanitarian sector has moved, and yes, it is slow, but we have moved quite far, actually, from the first days when I started humanitarian action about 10 years ago. And back in those days, we talked very much about being gender sensitive. And I think we don't talk in those terms anymore. However, I do want to caveat that I'm not too optimistic and I'm not trying to present a rosy picture of where we are. I think we have made progress. But firstly, let me just, I have 3 points. Firstly, we do have to move away from this tick-the-box approach. And I think for a long time, we've been stuck in this mode, you know, let's have guidance, let's have more checklists, you know, let's have locks in latrines, all of these things that come from a very protectionist lens. How can we protect, you know, women and girls? How can we, you know, ensure that they're not vulnerable? So we're stuck in this this mode of vulnerability and, you know, being protectionist. And I think we have very much moved away from this approach to what we call gender transformation or being more transformational. And I think what this essentially means is that we are tackling issues of power. We are tackling issues of structural inequality, that it is no longer a technical matter. Because I think for a long time, and even the provision of gender experts and gender specialists in organizations is about you know, providing agencies and organizations with that technical expertise. And I think, you know, we are challenged now to move away from that and to really tackle beyond these practical needs that women and girls, men and boys have, but to look at, you know, strategically, what is it that they want? And just to give you a very concrete example, in OCHA, we updated our gender policy. And the gender policy now has 3 very explicit policies. And firstly, it's around driving robust gender analysis, which I think you will agree, is about trying to look at these power dynamics between men and women, between various groups, and how this transforms or informs, you know, a person's access to strategic decision-making, to humanitarian services. The second priority is around the prevention of gender-based violence. And I think you all agree with me that, you know, the statistics are quite harrowing for what happens in an emergency. So we do need to still have that protectionist lens on and to make sure that people are protected, and in particular, women and girls are protected from gender-based violence. And then thirdly, it's to really look at this, this lens of participation and decision-making. And I think that because we are very much moving into this space, that for me is a concrete example of how we are, you know, being a bit more transformative, because we are looking at, you know, participation and basically disrupting the power structure, the power dynamic, the discrimination that women traditionally face, and all of these systemic barriers to their decision making. And so by focusing on this element, we are trying to redress some of that imbalance. I know that it's about, I guess, disrupting norms. And I know that there are quite a number of NGOs in particular that are working with programs in emergencies that very much address, social norms, cultural norms, all of these norms. For example, in nutrition programs, how nutrition practices can really have an impact on, children's lives, women's lives. So if we could actually, challenge that and change that, it can make quite a difference to women and their families. On this issue of neutrality, I think there's been a little bit of a misconception, and I'd really like to, for us all to play a role in challenging that narrative that there is somehow this disconnect or this incompatibility with gender equality and humanitarian principles. In actual fact, I think, gender equality is very compatible with the principles of humanitarian action, of humanity, neutrality, impartiality, independence. Because essentially what we're doing when we're working on gender equality is trying to promote equal access to rights, responsibilities, opportunities, and resources. And this is exactly what these principles are about, right? They're about saying we want to make sure that all people, regardless of what their gender, what their ethnicity, what their age, and all of these other factors, have equal opportunity to access humanitarian assistance. So how can we do that without looking through the prism of gender and how someone's experiencing those rights, those opportunities, those access to resources? So I do think, we as humanitarians need to counter some of these narratives that say they're incompatible, because we're not really doing anything incompatible. If you're actually practicing the humanitarian principles in the right manner, then you're actually, promoting gender equality, because you're looking at ensuring that everyone has equal access. I'll stop there for now.
Thank you, April. Thank you for emphasizing the aspects related to access, related to norms, related to power dynamics. And now I'd like to turn to you, Maria. And could you tell us how you understand a gender transformative way of working, how it is reflected in your work, and what would you say is the role of humanitarian principles in this context?
Thank you very much, and I cannot agree more than what with April. So I think she already presented a lot of what I wanted to say. But maybe what I want to add before entering within our work is, I think part of the discussion is already discussed under the triple nexus. The humanitarian action is interlinked with development and with peace. So we cannot work, each sector cannot work separately from other sectors. And speaking about the Syrian humanitarian crisis is quite unique, because it's one of the very few crises when international humanitarian actors were working from outside the country and working with a Syrian local organization. And according to one research done by one of our Syrian partners, in around 2015, one of the most common projects within humanitarian work was women protection. So within Syrian organization, because it was one of the trend by donor community, which is good. I don't disagree with this. However, when you look at the composition of this same organization who are delivering the women protection program, you will find very few women as workers and very few and sometimes no women in senior positions. So who are delivering the program, who are planning the programs, how the program will sustain when the fund will stop, what will happen to the women we are protecting? So actually, then the protection became a very small program or project that will end by the end of the funding, because we didn't thought about it on a holistic and transformative approach, and the money will be lost actually by the end of the day. So in a very technical and practical level. At Women Now, what we do, we don't work on direct humanitarian aid or delivering. We are more a development organization. However, we can see that everything is very much interlinked, as I said. And so we are a women organization that we are composed of 95% of women. We are more than 100 women working in different fields. So sometimes we know that due to social norms, due to a lot of difficulties, we cannot find women who are specialized in all the sectors we worked on. But we invest in people, and that's something that is very important. We invest on the women, so the organization get better year after year. The women are getting better. We also invest, our understanding of development, invest in women organization or women initiative. So lots of women initiative we supported are now completely independent. And I think that is a transformation we want. We want for those group of women to be independent, to be leaders. And most of the time they are already leaders. What we want is really to listen and learn. So when we talk also about empowerment, for me, it's very important to say that as local organization, we describe empowerment as empowering ourselves and other women. It's not only empowering the others, it's to learn, to exchange. My final comments, as I don't want to take so much time also, is the main answer we always got when we were discussing the issue of humanitarian or protection versus development or versus long-term was, it is an emergency. But I think we all agree here that emergency lasts. In Syria, we have been under emergency for 10 years. In Afghanistan, it is 40 years. So we need to plan it on a transformative way so we can be part of the change we want to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mariam. Thank you for mentioning the gender transformation within organizations. I think it's an important part of it. And also the leadership. It's probably key to remove those barriers and to do this empowerment, as you said, in two ways. We have talked about power relations already, and I would like to address power relations in asserting this compatibility or incompatibility between gender transformative humanitarian action and humanitarian principles, and ask you, April, how you see it with respect to who defines what is neutral and towards whom humanitarian actors should stay neutral, for example, towards local governments or towards local civil society organizations, and also what happens if those local actors have very different positions on gender.
A very interesting and also very nuanced question, because I think there's multiple ways of responding to that. But let me just pick on this issue that you just raised around local actors. And I actually joined the webinar a little bit early, so I had the opportunity and the privilege to hear one of the last speakers talk about the importance of local actors. And I actually want to just focus on this just a little bit, because I think that this is what's been missing, right? The local voices of not only local responders to crises, but also local communities. And at the moment, we do, as a system, have quite a focus on how to be much more accountable to the affected populations, because it is the affected people in crises, men, women, boys and girls, in all of their diversities, that should be dictating some of these discussions, right? They need to be telling us, what does neutrality look like? They need to be telling us, what does it mean for them to be accessing systems, the mechanisms, in which to do that. And I think in order to, back to the question of transformation, the system can only be transformed when we have these various actors engaged and in decision-making. And I want to just get back to this point of decision-making. We talk a lot about participation and decision-making, but until we actually get to a place where local actors are equally in the room, where affected people of crises are equally in the room and informing and influencing decisions, including women in the room, then we will not achieve, this transformation. And I think this is also the perfect time to also give a plug to UN Women, who have been working on, just back to Maria's point around this nexus. You have an institution that is working on gender equality, that is trying to really tackle some of these norms and really challenge that. And they actually work across the humanitarian, peace, and development pillars. And so part of us being, seeing their value add and seeing that transformation, is needed and is possible, we have invited the ISC has invited UN Women as a member into the ISC, which is an indication, again, actually quite a concrete indication that we recognize the value of transformation and that it is part and parcel of the work that we do in humanitarian action.
Thank you, April. And remaining in this topic on power relations and localization, so how can we make sure that gender transformation is locally led? Because some also say that gender work is too political in terms of being Western, or it's like a sort of civilizing mission. And I would like to ask you, Maria, how you see these claims and what your position would be regarding them, also given that in every context there are feminist organizations or organizations working on gender, like your organization.
Thank you. Very important question, actually. Yes, in all settings, there is women-led organization. They maybe don't define themselves as feminist, but when you work with them, you will find that they could be a real warrior and, excellent champion of feminist. So actually, I think, getting back to my first example, donor community are impacting the area they are working on. So if I use the same example, I said, when they create the trend of women protection, without looking into the transformation part of it, the development part of it, I think they have reinforced the norms that men are protecting women. They are reinforcing norms that women are very vulnerable. So as April mentioned earlier, so they are already impacting the work however they interfere. From our experience, what really works is really supporting community to find solution to their issues. We have been supporting for 3 years now a campaign locally led against child marriage. In 3 years, they have been able to stop more than 100 marriage of girls. And they have been accused of being westernized, and they are women really on camps. Like we are talking about women who don't have any access to anything. And they have been facing a lot of different accusations. And through storytelling, actually, they were able to answer this accusation by telling, like, when I was bitten, I was alone. There was no one in the room, not foreign, there is no organization, non-feminist, not UN women. I was alone. It is why I'm standing up for my rights now. And they also build allies that we usually don't go to. Like they build allies within religious community or religious leaders. So I think there is always local tool that can be used, but we need to follow the lead of affected community and believe in their leadership, actually. That is very important. And there is a lot of tool when we can support it. And for me, this campaign is really a very practical examples in terms of supporting a campaign that will last. Even when we disappear as women now, the campaign will continue because it is a voluntary campaign led by the women themselves and the girls themselves. So you build something sustainable, you supported the leadership of the women who can be also effective in other issues than the child marriage. So economic crisis or anything else, they are discussing also new issue now within the circles. And even in terms of cost, I think hundreds of campaigns against child marriage who were not able to stop one wedding. So I think this very local campaign was completely based on volunteer, was able to achieve in 3 years, was just amazing for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing, and yeah, that's very inspiring work. We have discussed the meaning of gender transformation and how to conceptualize it, and I would like to ask you both, how do you think we can avoid gender transformation becoming a buzzword that's just repeated, but the meaning of which is not clear anymore or is watered down? And what else should we keep in mind as we look into the future of gender equality within humanitarian action? April, may I start with you?
Sure. And just as Maria was speaking, I was typing a message in the chat because I really want to amplify this aspect of local women. I think one of the false narratives that I constantly struggle with is when Global South women or local women's activism and leadership is dismissed as following in the footsteps of Western feminism, or that gender equality or gender transformation is something that is imposed by the UN or international organizations. And I actually think that we have to all actively resist that, because that is so dismissive of so many of the local initiatives driven by local women, not because we asked them, but because they saw a need, because they know that, gender transformation is not only for women and girls in that community, but it also benefits, men and boys and the development of that whole community. So I think it's so important that we really have to, challenge this narrative. And then I guess for me, in terms of, my optimism around this sector and where we're going with this, is that we do need to ensure that there is this political will, there is leadership in our sector to really promote and normalize this term gender transformation, and that gender equality is not seen to be something that is so foreign. Another very concrete example, because I've just come from this training, we are trying to indoctrinate humanitarians to concepts of feminism, transformation, intersectionality, so that they understand that these are normal terms that help us understand the communities we work with, the leadership in those communities, the power relations, the privilege that we bring, and the need to, to keep ourselves in check. And so I think, as we start to normalize these terms, they become less, less foreign and less, over there for the gender people. But let's make sure that we have that political will and leadership to embrace these terms and to not be so, so scared of them.
Thank you, April. Maria?
Actually, I wanted to start to say gender is not only about women and girls, so already April said that, but I have seen a lot of women initiative really caring about boys not becoming fighters. So it's also about the youth, it's about the next generation. So it is not only about women and girls, as I said. For me, I spoke at the beginning on the interlinked between humanitarian development and peace, and I will add justice to it. For me, it's also a key word that we are not using enough. I'm also sharing with you my, I'm really afraid of this old buzzword. However, I can see in terms of funds, a lot of feminist organization developing what they call today feminist fund. And a lot of our work, we couldn't carry a lot of our work, including the campaign I just spoke about it, without having very flexible and trust-based partners. So I think there is a word also trust that we need really to use and to highlight. I think I will stop here. I just wanted to say that about the campaign, we have a whole case study in our website on child marriage cases. So I really invite you to look at it as an example of following the lead of local community on gender transformative way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, April. Once again, thank you to both of you and to the audience. I think we are right on time. I really enjoyed our conversation. I think this conversation shows us that there are good arguments for gender transformation and humanitarian principles being compatible, and how transformative approaches can actually help to fulfill humanitarian principles, like, for example, guaranteeing equal access to humanitarian assistance, and the need to engage into gender transformative work that is locally led. The need to keep in mind that no context is immune to patriarchy, and that everyone is doing gender in one way or another by simply being there, like it was mentioned about vulnerability. When a transformative approach is lacking, then these narratives might be created that women are just vulnerable and their agency is not emphasized. And yes, the question is how to engage in gender without doing harm, without perpetuating unequal power dynamics, and without undermining local feminist efforts, and instead removing barriers to them. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. And now we'll have a break until 3 p.m. Berlin time. And then we will have the last thematic session of our conference, which is on digital transformation and accountability in the context of the war in Ukraine. So I invite you to stay and follow that session. Thank you, and have a lovely rest of your day.
So, welcome everyone. For those in the rooms, I would like to ask you to have a seat and get ready for the last session of today. For those online, welcome to join us. Maybe you have already listened into the other sessions. This is the last session of a 2-day panel and conference from the Center for Humanitarian Action, and we are happy to have you all. And looking in the room, we're happy to still have a couple of people in the room as well. It has been 2 long days, and the final session, which we are going to talking about in a kind of speed dive, let me call it that way, is on digitalization and the digital transformation in the Ukraine context. So maybe I will start with a few housekeeping rules first before setting the scene. This session is going to be recorded for our website. It will be available on our website and on the YouTube channel. And questions and comments are most welcome online and in the room as well. Unfortunately, we cannot take them up directly during the discussion because we have only 30 minutes, but we are more than happy to take the questions and respond to them at a later time. If you need any technical support, please let us know. There's live captions in the room as well as online, and online there's also a transcription available. If you need any assistance, feel free to drop a message in the chat, and we are more than happy to support. So why are we here today? What we want to discuss with you today is, well, we have a look at digitalization in the context of the Ukraine crisis and how to actually question ourselves, how do we how are the organizations being held to account by the people in country when it comes to their data and the digital tools which are being used. But what I want to please, while listening to all the different channels and panels which we had before, I think there were a couple of words which will be also reflected in the panel today, but from a different perspective. So we heard about new ways of working, we heard about change and transformation. Digitalization is a lot about change and transformation as well. And we heard, or some people were saying, it's complex. So we know the humanitarian system is already complex, and with digitalization, we add another layer of complexity to the topic and to the overall discussion. Then we also have the aspect of humanitarian principles. Some say tech is not neutral. So how do we actually deal with technology in humanitarian crisis? We heard about multi-sector approaches, new alliances, security, funding issues, capacity. And then this morning also we heard about we are lost in translation. And I guess, at least from my personal experience, when it comes to digitalization and technology, we are all lost in translation, kind of, and because we have new players in the system who speak a different language. So we might speak the same language, we might use the same words, but it's still, they're different meanings. Nevertheless, when we think about digitalization, we have the optimists and we have the skeptics. Some say digitalization is happening, it's there, it's important to involve and engage other people, engage local partners, engage affected people. Others say it's too risky, because we probably are all familiar nowadays with the new General Data Protection and the European Union, GDPR, and the regulations. So what is it all about? And when we think about it, many organizations grapple with it. They have different apps, they digitize processes, they digitalize processes. There are all these different words and terminologies. However, when we think about the Ukraine crisis, the penetration rate is more than 90%. So what do we do with it? Ukraine might be a specific context, but due to the situation, we have a Ministry of Digital Transformation. What does that mean? The ministry is highly involved, maybe not with the whole sector, but with many actors to be involved in coordination and setting certain kind of standards. We do have a population, a civil society, which is digitally literate. But what does it mean to us as humanitarian stakeholders? How does it affect the work, and what kind of new challenges are actually appearing when there is a demand for digitalization and people ask for it. They use the Vibers, they use the Telegrams, the WhatsApps, and so on and so forth. But how do we, as humanitarian organizations and the sector, use it as well? I remember, I think it was Hugo Slim who said, we all have a physical and a virtual life nowadays. But how do we actually act upon it? And how do we integrate it in humanitarian action? So that's what we would like to discuss today in a very quick session. We have two panelists here, two experts, which will share their opinion and their experience. So to my left, we have Phan Man Sang, who is the Director for Capacity Bridging and Technology at the CDAC network. CDAC stands for Communicating with Disaster-Affected Communities. It's a global alliance of the world's largest humanitarian media development organizations, prioritizing communication, community engagement, and accountability to affected populations. So CDAC is in touch with many humanitarian practitioners working in the Ukraine response and regularly publishes the state of communication, community engagement, and accountability across the Ukraine response. So we hope to get some insights about that today. To the far left is Philipp Stahl from the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC. He's the Senior Techplomacy Delegate. He will hopefully tell us what techplomacy is all about, for those of us who wonder what that actually stands for. So he works at the intersection of the humanitarian sector, government, and private sector with the objective to ensure an ethical and principled use of technology in armed conflict. So ICRC is probably, for those who have been following the digital discussion, one of the pioneers when it comes to digitalization. They kind of set up the first standards on data protection with the Data Protection Handbook, which was published some time ago, and the webinar series on Digitarium, where many pressing issues are being discussed and raised. So probably we all have more questions than answers, but we hope to intrigue a bit of the discussion and some ideas during the discussion today. So before actually asking those two panelists if the Ukraine context is a game changer for the humanitarian sector's transformation, digital transformation, we would like to ask the audience in the room, who is already familiar with our poll system, and the audience online, to participate in a quick poll to let us know what you think about the context. If you think the Ukraine crisis might be a game changer for the humanitarian sector's digital transformation process and accountability process, or digital accountability as a whole. We'll get back to the responses at the end of the session. So turning to the panelists now. So we have the same question, which will hopefully get answers from the audience. I would like to ask you both, from your various perspectives, representing a network and many different stakeholders and representing ICRC with the societies on the ground as well. So Philipp, what do you think? Is it a game changer?
I would say no. But I think we need to invent a new word that Germans are capable to invent, something Zeitenwende, but which is accelerator on top of existing things, which adds the complexity of the world. I'm sure you can find certainly something like that. I say no a little bit also as a provocation, but what we see, especially with Ukraine, is just a realization of some of the trends we could see already over the past few years. Here I'm speaking about cyber attacks, about AI in decision making, either in the weapon industry, but also for humanitarian organization. The increasing or growing impact of misinformation, disinformation, hate speech on humanitarian organization, but also on people. Surveillance. We could see also finally something which was a trend of the growing investment of governments and armed forces into IT capacities. I think most of the armies around the world, or those who are quite active, have now a cyber battalion, or IT unit, etc. And I think this is something where we can see materialized really strongly in the context of Ukraine. Two other things which are quite also accelerating, something which was just trending before Ukraine, it's something called the civilization of conflict, where civilians, because of the tools they have at their disposal, become somehow party to a conflict. I mean, here, people sitting in different places around the world and conducting cyber attacks, or civilians using their phones to give information or intelligence to one party or to the other in a conflict. And this is something where the ICRC is trying to bring this issue to the attention, because these are limits under international humanitarian law that can have consequences for the people that they don't know about. The last one, it's the involvement of the tech sector, which was already quite strongly involved in certain conflict, but here it's much more obvious than before. So I will say yes, but to some extent. And an additional element is that it comes on top of the classic traditional warfare. And this is something which, for us, it's pretty worrying, because it adds to the complexity and the difficulty to respond to humanitarian action. But now, if I can look at different lenses, the ICRC is trying to classify that element in 3 different categories. So the impact on the warfare, on how war is conducted. So this is how IHL, International Humanitarian Law, applies to conflict. Since I'm not a lawyer, I'm going to leave it on the side. How it impacts humanitarian organization, and I will allude to that just after. And then impact on people, and here Fan Man will go further into that. So when it touches humanitarian organization, I will recall the good old humanitarian principles and try to look at them through the digital angle. What does it mean to be neutral in a conflict where digitalization is growing? So how can we be neutral when private companies who produce and provide technologies to us, to people who are themselves not neutral, who are almost taking sides to a conflict? Another question is, how can we remain impartial if and when we use artificial intelligence that everyone knows that is totally biased because of the data sets which are based on which are the data sets that build the artificial intelligence that are themselves not so impartial and biased? How can we remain independent when we use some technological tools that are built by private companies whose agenda is clearly much more commercial than anything else? And lastly, how can we remain humans when we know that we quite sit comfortably in some areas and use digital tools to engage with people, whereas we could be really on the spot and discuss with them? So all that to kickstart a little bit the discussion, but also to bring the responsibility that us, humanitarian organizations, have. And here, going back to one of these old principles or approach that do no harm, but how can we as humanitarian organization do no digital harm by taking all these elements into context? So I'll give some elements of answer after, but this is just to answer and set maybe a little bit the tone of where we are going.
Thanks, Philip. So we heard the challenges from a humanitarian organization point of view, and with a strong focus on the challenge to also respect the humanitarian principles at the same time. So from CEDAC's perspective and working on communication and community engagement, what would you say? Is it a game changer, yes or no?
Well, I would say no, because just to join my colleague Philip here, to be provocative, I would say that what's happening has been kind of last, since in Ukraine, has been a magnifying glass. So it's the trends that are things that have been happening all the time have been magnified and seen clearly because it's been very well publicized. But many of these things have been discussed many times before, and they've also been happening. The thing about if we're something we get to, we at CEDAC, we advocate for the responsible use of technology. Now, the one I want to focus on here, responsible we've heard of, is the use. Is the fact that digitalization is happening, it is all around us, it is being used by people, and it's been around for 15 years. There's a whole generation who've grown up. We're always knowing about using digitalization. So how it can be used and game changer, it is being used already. Everybody here uses it already, but when it comes to use by humanitarian organizations in humanitarian response, it's not being mainstreamed. It is not being, it's something that's being discussed, and the fear of reputational damage, the fear of doing something wrong means people don't use it, but at the same time, information community engagement is a knowledge-based area of aid. Information really is important. People know where to go, where to find shelter, and they to talk to each other. They solve problems amongst themselves. Organizations on the ground, we're talking about localization here, it's locally led. Information is locally led. Communication is locally led. And it's happening, whether organizations coming in want to engage or not. And the interesting thing about Ukraine, of course, people come in there with notions of, oh, we must bring this in, we must support. Ukraine still is a major exporter of information technologies. It is a major producer of software. So it's locally leads in several sectors of the industry globally. So when you're talking about localization, it brings in all kinds of prejudices about, are we going to engage in this? Are we going to let people talk? Because people will talk. People are using this. And the interesting thing about the commercial companies is that the commercial companies have spent billions building communication tools, which are accessible by everyone. And whether humanitarian organizations want to engage using these social media tools is not a question to people on the ground. People on the ground are using them. So social media use and digitization is notional on the communication engagement part, with one aspect. It's not often discussed, but use of AI and social community engagement for extractive use of data, for feedback, for collecting, processing feedback, that's happening. That's not so much discussed because it's very useful for humanitarian organizations to gather phenomenal amounts of data for feedback, and it is being used to make better services when it can be processed. So sometimes the data is so high it's not processed properly, but it is being used. There are the Kobo tools, one of the biggest feedback tools created. That's digitization action. It's completely internal. So digitization, and it's also driven part of the AAP agenda. So it's part of accountability. But it's not involving people. To involve people, we must use it responsibly. But the key part is using it, and it's not being used. People will talk. People will communicate.
Thanks, Roman. And Philip, you refer to the approach of doing no harm. So from an ICRC perspective, how do you, as an organization, hold yourself to account in order to do no harm to the people? And feel free, since there are all these challenges around it already, so how do you proactively take them up, and what is the way forward in order for, responsibly using people's data on people's behalf?
So three things, and it's not a coincidence that I think ICRC and CDAC are sitting next to each other. We are part of the CDAC network for quite many years. And I think that element of doing no harm is, especially in the digital world, is to understand what is the harm. So then you need to talk to the people. What are their habits? How they are using certain tools? How do they understand the potential risk they are taking? And also, most importantly, and this is something when we discuss with different stakeholders in the private sector or with governments, is try to make them understand the consequences. Often we speak about risk on a regular basis, but if you understand risk from your own perspective, you won't understand the consequences. So one of the challenge we have and we face is try to go again and talk to people, understand the local legislation, understand the way the tools are used, which kind of tools, which protection people are putting in place, because very often they know better than us what is the risk they are facing. One example I keep giving is geolocalization. For you and me here in Berlin, I guess that it's very annoying, but we can live with it. I guess there are rules, there are regulations that can be applied, and there is a level of protection. But if you were in Syria, in Afghanistan, or even in Ukraine, would you handle your phone differently? I often like to ask the question to people, do you have a VPN on your phone? And in generally, in places like Geneva or Berlin, there is 1 or 2 people, most probably geeks, who have a VPN. But would you change your opinion? Would you install a VPN if you were right now in Afghanistan? I guess that everyone would say yes. So these are the kind of questions where we really need to go deep and then join what CDAC does in terms of ensuring we are close to the concerns and the understanding of what people live and what harm they can face if and when they're using digital technologies.
Thanks, Philip. So we do understand that there needs to be an awareness and sensitization of the potential harms which can be raised by technology and using and collecting people's data. But from a person point of view, so what can you actually do to hold organizations to account when something is happening to the data? How do we involve the people? How do we communicate with them? How do we share information about using these technologies and tools? Faman?
Well, it's interesting you mentioned harm and the danger of harm here, but it's also how you look at the harm, because there's been a refugee situation in Europe on and off since 2015, 2014, and working in Balkans and also in Greece. Harm was something that was very much in the forefront of many organizations. But the harm there was reputational risk, because at the time, the people were trying to engage on social media and putting down their messages, and people were writing back, but your aid is not working. This is not you are being useless. You are not addressing this. And there was a lot of feedback, and people were going, oh no, this is not looking good. Can be read by anybody. This is harming our reputation. So this is, again, feedback and the withdrawal from engagement. For an accountability tool, social media has a potential to be a game changer. It is people here will people will discuss things. It is a conversational space. But the problem here, though, is that you have to have people working on it and think about it as a free space. Traditionally, when it comes to engaging people and collecting feedback is through forms designed by humanitarian organizations. And that's how you collect feedback, which means that people have to answer in prescribed ways, and the information is kept to themselves. Then when it comes to engagement of information, it's engaged through broadcast media, through posters, through speakers, through people telling people things. Again, it's controlled. There is an element of control here. The moment you use social media freely, where people can actually engage with you, you can have very good accountability, people upset or not upset. And of course, it's self-selecting, it's only a few people speak. But then again, if you put people out on the street talking to people, community talking face-to-face, one person, you have a few key informants anyway. It's not a zero-sum game. It is a larger part of the conversation to bring everyone together. So this is some of it is the lack of people are worried about the lack of control you have and people moving around and reputational damage. And the other part of it is thinking social media and using this media is broadcasting, it's media. They focus on the media part and not focus on the social part. It is a place you have to converse. And for some organizations who go into this and work hard in this, many of our network members have invested time in this, the media organizations, because it is being used, again, whether humanitarians know it's being used or not, it is being used and being discussed. And if you insert yourself in the conversation, if you insert in there, you be part of the conversation, that will be there. It is a really good place to understand how it's used. One of the problems we've had has been the success. Ironically, one of the big successes we've had has also become a hindrance now, which is rumor tracking. Rumor tracking was something that was one of the first things that happened which kind of shows you about reputational risk, that rumor tracking was one of the first things. Suddenly, everything on social media is considered the rumor. Even though people might be saying, I think that we should, like early warning for climate, we think there's a flood coming, we think we must go to the shelters, and it goes, oh no, that's a rumor, that people going to the wrong shelters at the wrong time. No, that's people discussing, that's people in the street discussing. That's where you insert yourself into the conversation, that's where you becomes an engagement tool, that's when you use it responsibly by using it. Yes, there are risks. What if people write down things about personal information? What if you do this? What do we do? Well, most companies, large companies who do this understand moderation. It's the investment in moderation, the investment in people knowing how to use this, that matters. So communication is adaptive and it flows. It flows like a river. It is a river of information. It flows and moves around. You have to sail with it. We shouldn't, as humanitarians, try to think we can dam it. It's actually, that would be impossible and irresponsible.
Thanks a lot. And as much as I would love to discuss it more in detail, I think we are all passionate about this topic. I would just like to ask you as a, takeaway, because we have been here for 2 days for, those in the room, let me put it that way. And we have heard a lot about complex issues which we have been discussing and talking about, and a lot of challenges. So in 1-2 sentences to the 2 panelists, how do we overcome these challenges from a digital point of view? What are your key takeaways or your call for action for the colleagues in the room and the colleagues online? Let me start with Fanman at this stage.
I'm going to use a word that many people here decided we shouldn't use, but I'm going to use it anyway. It's called capacity building, right? As humanitarians, we need capacity building in social media. All of us have, and using digital information, all of us have benefited from social media and digitalization of our commercial lives as we live here. I'm speaking as somebody in Berlin, in Germany at the moment. All kinds of community engagement tools are around us at airports. Airport flows provide service to us depending where the need is greatest, based on engagement tools, survey, assessments. And it's up to us to work out, okay, what is safe about? Do we want to use footfall tracking like they use in airports to find out which food outlets should be used when it comes to food distribution? Do we want to use comment and reactive to social media? If you tweet in airports and places saying, this place has no water, I need water, the airports are monitoring that and they will resupply. How many humanitarians watch tweets and resupply? I mean, or the equivalent social media platform. So I would say that it's time for us to invest in capacity building ourselves to be able to understand and use this responsibly, and keyword for us is use. And also, we should do this soon, because otherwise the next generation will look at us and goes, what were you waiting for?
So what are we waiting for, Philip?
Quite a lot of things I have to say, and this is part of my work, which answers to the question of what is techplomacy delegate. It's advocating with states, with private sector, within the humanitarian sector also, and discussion with people around norm settings. The ICRC is engaged into a process of trying to put in front of states data protection resolutions to protect data collected for purely humanitarian purposes, so kind of an international treaty. We continue to engage with states within the UN forum on IHL and cyber warfare, on autonomous weapons system. We want also to continue to push some of the standards that we set ourselves. For example, the ICRC is not using biometrics for registration, and we have a policy and we try to stick to it, even though there is kind of a pressure sometimes from donors. The cloud is the same. So far, we didn't find a solution that matched with some of the criteria we have, which is a legal dimension where the US Cloud Act might put us in a difficult situation. We do a lot of research, one of them around the impact of misinformation, disinformation, and hate speech on population in armed conflict. There is a lot of research on democracies and elections, and I think this is something where we want to go further. And also, going back to what Fanman said, is how do we distinguish between criticism, which relates to accountability, and disinformation, and not putting everything under the disinformation, misinformation basket. We develop tools ourselves with biometrics. For example, we just launched a call for private sector and academics to help us to find the solutions that match with the ethical and principles we have. We work with the academic sector quite a lot. We dialogue with states on the question of data sharing, which is a hot topic. Donors and states want to have access to quite many of our data. We work with cyber units of armed forces, with cyber security cybersecurity agencies within states. We have a quite strong dialogue with the tech sector also. I have one colleague based in San Francisco who is in constant dialogue with some of the tech giants in order to bring these issues from the field to the Silicon Valley, which is quite far. And you spoke about language, that they don't understand these questions. We do a lot of advocacy also with donors, because investing in technologies is not money that goes to people. And this is also something where donors expect from us a level of cybersecurity, which is the CIA level, where we have the budget of the grocery shop next door. We also have a discussion within the humanitarian sector, what we do today. We want to also better understand the question of the harm, how we can better include people. It's this question of doing not leaving people on the side, and we know that many people are not connected. We want to ensure that there is also a stronger digital literacy, and in February we will launch, together with MSF and the Political School of Lausanne, a MOOC for the humanitarian sector, and I think this is going to be communicated quite widely, I hope. It's free of charge, and this is for humanitarian practitioners. It's kind of tech for dummies with the element of ethical and principle element. And last but not least, trying to raise awareness also more broadly, and there is a small website we have developed called Digital Dilemmas. You type it, I'm sure you can find it. It's a choose your own adventure experience, where it puts you in the shoes of a person affected by a crisis, and you have to take digital choices. And I think this tool is to really continue to show that, yeah, digital tools are not innocent, they're not neutral, they're not impartial, etc. So try to push further, like we will continue, and be in touch with us, because we learn from each other, and I think the voices of everyone is very important in that file.
Thanks a lot, Philip. A MOOC is, by the way, it's a massive online course, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
Thanks.
sorry.
So, unfortunately, we are already at the end. It's really like a speed dating, speed diving into digital transformation. For those who might have not yet voted or might have changed their mind, we would still like to hear from you if you think it's a game changer. The panel was quite clear. They said it's no. And from the colleagues at the beginning who already responded to, maybe we can change the slide if that's possible. The majority also agreed that it's not a game changer. So if it's not a game changer, then we might need to understand or start working on to actually digitally transform. And it looks like, I don't know, yeah, it's still the majority think it's not a game changer. So we are kind of in agreement that it isn't a game changer, but still we need to start changing and transform accordingly. With that, I would like to thank the audience online. Sorry for having taken 3 minutes more than expected. And thanks for the audience in the room. Please remain seated. We will immediately continue with the closing session. And thanks to the panel. It was a pleasure of having you, and thanks for being here in person, although we are talking about digital tools and digital technologies. But we had the pleasure of having 2 panelists here in person and speaking and talking and discussing together. Thanks a lot. And with that,
us 2 more minutes before we restart, and I need a quick table for that. I'm not sure. I'm on already, am I? Excellent. Thanks so much. We would like to take the opportunity to thank you for having been here for a start, for having been online, and for having been so patient over the course of the past 2 days. We would like to do a really quick, real wrap-up, if possible, by any means, as we discussed so many perspectives and topics of a potential humanitarian turning point. And we often leave these events and wonder, so what has been the takeaway, what might have been the outcome? what shall I report to headquarters why I spent these 2 days in fancy Berlin. So in the past 2 days, we had a series of sessions, and what we would like to do is very quickly, if possible, to have all facilitators of these sessions on the stage and with a quick elevator pitch to name what have been their 1 or 2 key takeaways of that. You as the audience will have a big say in this as well, by the way, and you would do us a great favor if you could engage in this. We will share in the chat right now, but as well by email in evaluation form. It's been our first annual conference, as we only noticed, or at least myself, 2 days ago, the first annual conference in presence, because we always had to do it online at the end of the day. So it would be great, and you would be of great help giving us your feedback on that one. On our own side, maybe quickly sharing a few points on this potential humanitarian turning point or Zeitenwende or Ukraine crisis accelerator, which is a great framing, by the way, I believe as well. Quickly sharing maybe 1 or 2 thoughts on yesterday. The part I kicked off myself. I mean, there was the kickoff about the European potential humanitarian turning point and the debate about the new era. From my view, I don't know how you've heard it, there was quite an agreement that we have a big debate about a new era on many ways, but it's failing actually to target dimensions of a broader awakening, of a humanitarian turning point, of human security, as might be very well needed. There was big agreement that the reform push is needed on, for example, much more locally led humanitarian action, also in the light of what we heard from Ukraine crisis about humanitarian coordination, about better and higher funding patterns. However, listening to the donor representatives we had here and who kindly joined us, especially from Brussels and Berlin, I'm not so sure if there has been necessarily an agreement in which dimensions more reform dynamic is needed, and to which speed, for example, for Germany, from moving from a payer to a player. And less so also agreement, I believe, in which dimensions in financial terms an awakening might be needed. For example, looking at the praisable record budgets, both from ECHO in Brussels and Germany, but at the same time looking into the question if this is sufficient in light of the means invested in other security-related dimensions of a Zeitenwende and in the challenges upcoming on the humanitarian side. So from my view, there has been in this debate some open questions still to tackle. Same in the panel 3, I facilitated on the coordination side, which tackled on the policy side what might hold us from moving faster. I think there has been an agreement that this is not a technical issue, but it's crucial for policy and reform, for policy push and reform, and agreement that there is a need to substantially step up in this front. But from my view, it has been more an open question how to address that power dynamics are here coming into play on the donor side, but also for UN agencies and for INGOs. And a more open question by which change of incentives these respective tensions could be handled between organizational objectives and common goods and common objectives for reform and for this humanitarian awakening. So I would leave it from my side with that, but we touched also in the panel, Sonja facilitated on the same day, for example, then on the question of a humanitarian awakening in Germany, and you will need a mic to share with us what have been your 2, 3, whatever takeaways.
Yes, thanks.
Can we switch on the mic, if possible? Sorry for surprising you.
I think it's working now, is it? Yeah. Okay, so one takeaway is to not get frustrated as humanitarians, to tell our tale about principles and values again and again, to avoid politicization, and that the Sahel is exactly the context that points at the inconsistencies and different understandings of the concept of stabilization and the lack of coherence that we see. I also brought one key takeaway from a participant from my panel from the PIN board. And I must say you were rather shy to share your key takeaways. But I like this one, which says dialogue remains important even as complexity and delivery of humanitarian services grows. So yeah, I think that's a great takeaway to keep speaking. Thank you.
Thanks, Tonya. Stay with us, please, because we will have a big photo and blah, blah, blah in a minute. So, Darina, please join us. You facilitated this morning the session on locally led humanitarian action. And what would you say have been the key takeaways of that one?
Yes, thank you. Well, the main question of my panel has actually been whether the humanitarian response in Ukraine can be considered as a turning point for locally led humanitarian action. And well, we sort of agreed that there is actually two sides of the story. So for one, we are seeing some progress, for example, in the sense that some international organizations are not actively implementing their own projects on the ground and are reconsidering their default modes of operating. But secondly, the other side of the story is that this still comes with a variety of challenges. And just to name three of them, the first one is that even though a lot of INGOs are applying leaner processes, local actors are facing huge diversity of different due diligence processes from a large variety of international actors, UN and donors. But I'm also hopeful here that this can be fixed with more coordination. I think that's a chance for European donors and European international organizations actually to change something here. And second challenge is, well, with local actors being the ones present on the ground, this also comes with the risk of risk transfer to them and exploiting their presence for visibility. And the last challenge is, well, that there is still a focus on capacity strengthening of local actors to make them fit into international rules and regulations a lot, and less of a focus on strengthening international actors' capacity in plugging into local responses. So all in all, I think, well, there is at least some progress, but well, it's very slow, and it needs to speed up to actually hold pace with the needs that we see on the ground.
Thank you so much, Darina. That elevator went all the way up. Andrea, you're one on the climate change session right after.
Thank you so much. I have distilled 6 words, and I'm trying to pass them over in a brief manner. So my first keyword is time. When talking about climate change and humanitarian response, time is crucial in the time frames from pledges to action, as we have heard, but also in operational readiness. And beyond that, the time frames of planning that go beyond what we know as the humanitarian cycle to be, because climate change is going to be a deal breaker of our understanding of humanitarian time. The second word is urgency. We have heard this a lot today. The science is clear, but we need to be better in conveying the sense of urgency. Also better in communicating it to ourselves, because I need to understand climate science better. We need to understand climate science better. We need to communicate it to affected regions and affected populations, and to also those who are not as affected but have the money to do something about it. That includes donors and includes also this call for more advocacy and for more political leverage vis-a-vis those who have the money and the means to decide on things. The third word is evidence. Gigma has made this very clear. We need more evidence to also evaluate the assumptions that our actions are based upon for so long. So we need evidence to face that, and also to face what Paul has called uncertainty. because with a lot of things, we don't really know exactly how it's going to play out. So we need more evidence on that. Fifth one is multi-sectoral response. Ahmad has made this very great point of there is no single solution. Only our idea of localization cannot be the single solution. But we need to rally up all the sectors, rally up all the actors that are there to face this massive challenges that climate change is. And last but not least, Sonja has already mentioned it, frustration. And I cannot stress this enough, and I will stress it again. We cannot allow ourselves to be frustrated by the dire situation, but we have to act for ourselves and for everyone.
Thank you, Andrea. Goda, a spotlight on your spotlight on gender and...
Thank you, Ralph. I'll be very quick as we just had the session, so I suppose you have watched it. So we discussed how gender transformation should be part of the humanitarian transformation in order to secure equal access for everyone and to have truly inclusive, locally led humanitarian action too. Gender work is not a box to be ticked. It's also not just about women. And it is about changing unequal gender norms. And in every context, there are organizations, local organizations, doing just that.
Thank you, Goda. And the most difficult task for Andrea, who has to wrap up the session, just concluded.
The easiest.
But you have the...
No, because I think, well, the advantage of being the last session, I think it's the freshest in mine, hopefully. But maybe I think the most, at least from my side, the takeaways were it's the Ukraine crisis, it's not a game changer, it's an accelerator because we have already grappling with all the challenges before. We have to stick to our values. We have to invest in moderation of online communication, process data for humanitarian purposes, and because it's also a multi-stakeholder approach, I was thinking, I don't know if Paul is still around, to join the climate Christmas tree, because he said we need a new Christmas tree. So I would suggest maybe if we have a Christmas tree, which is a new one, we will have a physical one and a virtual one, because we all have both lives nowadays in a physical and a virtual world, and hopefully decorate it with the people or all the stakeholders who actually are being part of this Christmas tree and probably admiring this Christmas tree, so have an active role in decorating this Christmas tree. And since we are approaching Christmas as well, I thought it might be a good closure, but over to you, Ralph.
Thank you so much, Andrea. Talking of Christmas gives the good opportunity to say, in the first place, please give a big hand for the team and for facilitating all these sessions in the past days. Having said that, we can only shine because there is a bigger team in the background, and I'd like to ask the whole team now to come up stage because they definitely deserve a big hand as well, and a big thank you. And you can even hear pass through, like now, with Micha, Anne, Berit, Johanna. Einmal hier. So, thank you so much. Yeah, don't fall inside after all. The real masterminds, there have been 2 real masterminds on this conference, and you won't know yet. There has been Anne, our head of communications, who's been the mastermind of everything happening here in the location, the logistics and the communication. Thank you so much. And the other one is right next to me, Berit, who's been coordinating everything and has been really the mastermind, because we kept forgetting everything past weeks, but Berit came with an email every other day. Thank you so much. So, and if I might share the flower with the rest of the team, thank you for all your work, all the overtime, and don't drop the flowers in the last minute. So, I hope, yeah. So, thank you so much. Thank you for Robert and his team for streamlining in such a professional way. A big thank you to BUM, which have been great hosts here, and a big thank you to Handicap International, who allowed us to make this the most accessible conference we ever did, and a big thank you to the Foreign Office. Our project we run on behalf of European policies has co-funded this conference, so that's thank you, well deserved as well. Thank you so much for coming. Some of you have been all the way through both days. You get the gold medal right now and a glass of champagne if you wish. And thanks for being online so many hours. Next conference will be in summer, I promise, and then we get together out there and have a real party. See you then. Have a good day, good afternoon, and many thanks for joining. Gerrit, verdecke dich.